kitty. Hi. It's so cold out there. Yep. Yep, you. Too cold out there. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. God or whatever you believe in, kitty, told you it would be winter out there. It's not me. I didn't tell you there would be winter. I don't know what you do to deal with the cold, but yeah, but Anyways, sorry about that. Hi, kitty. Yeah, we're gonna feed you soon. Nope, too early. Sorry, too early, kitty. Yeah, I know you're a hungry kitty. I know you are. Your appetite's coming back, and I'm not neglecting you. I'm gonna feed you soon. It's too early. Sorry, kitty. You think you can manipulate me and get fat like your brother? The answer is absolutely not. Nope. Okay, so gotta plug my headphones back in. Oh, I have to change my sound input, huh? No, you're in right. Maddie Rush. No, I'm okay. I'm sorry, way deep, and I'm sorry, in Hogwarts currently doing factual work there. Hi. Hi, kitty. I love you. So yeah, we dumped the wood. I can go back out. Hi, kitty. I love you. Oh, my beautiful kitty. Hello, beautiful kitty. You can sit on my lap. You gonna stay with me? I didn't even turn this thing on. I want to turn it on, but I don't have the control. Where's the control to this thing? Is it there? No, it's not there. No, it's not there. It's way over here, isn't it? Let's see if I can find it. Yep, there it is. There. That's all I want. Just one. Yep. Hi, beautiful kitty. I love you. Okay, I'm gonna log out of Mortal now, and I'm gonna log out of Eve now, and I'm gonna get in on some. Yeah, you okay? I hear you, kitty. I hear you. I'll be with you in just a minute. I'm trying to get where I'm going. Yep. I'm sorry, kitty. Okay, I'm with you, kitty. I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you, kitty. Yeah, see me? See how I'm touching you? Yeah. She's like, come on now, pay attention to me. And I'm like, I am. I'm paying attention to you, kitty. I love you. I have my hand across your chest. Yeah. Yeah, I got your hand upon my hip. When you dip, I dip, we dip. I got your hand upon your hip. When I dip, we dip, we dip. I wanna. I put my hand upon your hip. When you dip, we dip, we dip. Oh, hi, kitty. Yeah, I really like you. Oh, yeah, you're such a good kitty. Yeah, you're such a good kitty. Look at you. Hmm. Oh, purr kitty. Hi, kitty. Yeah, I really love you. I'm right here with you, kitty. But I'm also playing Overwatch. Fuck you, kitty. Yep, you, kitty. Hey, you, kitty. Alright. No, I want to join Overwatch. I don't know. I want to come to Conquest or whatever. Heroes. Yeah, join the fight for Conquest. Yeah. And join Overwatch. Join. Did we do Overwatch? I don't know. Global competition faction challenges. What? I don't know what's going on, man. Heroes. Yes, but I want to play competitive. There you go. There you go. I want to play competitive heals. Thank you very much. It took you a while. Yes. Now, I like this, but it's also very, very topical, and I don't really want it right now. I'm going to play some music. Yeah, my kitty. Yeah, my kitty, my kitty. Don't bump the camera, kitty. Sorry.
So, you've clicked onto this video because you've been hit by this at least once. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to teach you how to take Jetpack Cat all the way to Champion. I was able to hit Top 500 and Champion in previous seasons when I played this game serious and properly, which I assume you guys want to do as well. May I also add that this is the start of a 50-part series for a guide for every single character in Overwatch. My plan is to attend the Spotlight next year, and I hope I make it with your guys' help. If you enjoyed any of the gameplay you saw here today, I am live on Twitch every
It's good to see
day,
somebody who plays them all.
maybe
I feel the same way.
Bro, whilst you're watching this video, I'm live. So you better finish this video and come over. Otherwise, I'm going to kiss you. With that said, let's throw away your ego and make you a better kitty cat. The kitty cat's primary fire. If you didn't know, this ability only has 40 meters. I know it looks like it should have more, but it doesn't actually do anything.
Okay, we got about an hour and a half of Overwatch and Fortnite here. What? Why are we at points? Kill them. We didn't get anything. You didn't kill anybody. We took the point, then you did nothing, killed nobody.
You took 3 of my attacks away from me. You piece of shit cocksucker brain dead developer. Fuck you, asshole. What was this? He presses once, I press 18 times, nothing happens. Because you're bad at design, piece of shit cocksucker brain dead developer. This might be the last time I play Overwatch, guys. I'm dead serious. These guys don't even have 1 kill in comp. The game's so different and shitty. I'm in the mood to quit games. Let's do it. Shall I quit games? I think so. I'm gonna quit games here. Watch. You did nothing. You did nothing for me. You're dumb. Developer. If that's my first response, you didn't design well. Come on! What was that? That guy was not ready, he was cheating, I guess. Every shot fucking landed, what? On a target flying through the air? Come on, man. He didn't know that jump pad was there. It's a cheater. I'm gonna report his ass. Who is this guy? Dr. McBeano sounds like a fucking cheater. No, never mind, he's not. No, he's not. Well, this was fun until that guy landed 26 shots on a flying target through the sky he didn't know was gonna be fucking flying. Piece of shit, cocksucker, cheater! Fuck you, Epic! Fuck the cheater! Fuck you, Epic, and fuck the cheater! Fucking cheater ruining the fucking game. Stupid piece of shit cocksucker. And the developer he wrote in on. What the fuck is that? I went to jump on that jump pad and I was dead before I could even put my parachute out. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? That piece of shit was cheating. What? He had no idea what I was gonna do. I waited like a good 15 seconds. It's because they're cheating. Maybe I shouldn't play live service anymore. Full of cheaters and piece of shit brawlagard cocksuckers and their problems that they pass on to the consumer. Why? Nice. What? Come on! Come on, stupid piece of shit cocksucker developer! What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What was that? That guy knew exactly where the fuck I was. Come on, man. Stupid piece of shit cocksucker developer. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck? Why is there 3 guys all within 15 rounds of each other? 15 yards. Stupid piece of shit cocksucker developer. Come on! Piece of shit! Too many men! Too many men! I couldn't even get a fucking gun in the fucking mag in, piece of shit cocksucker developer. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that, piece of shit cocksucker developer? I couldn't even get a fucking mag in the fucking drum before some other piece of shit was on top of me. It's because you suck dick and you don't deserve any more money in this fucking industry. Fuck you, asshole. Come on, man. Look at this fucking jackass running around. What the fuck was this? Get me out of here. Return to lobby. Fuck this asshole. What the fuck was this, dude? Come on, man. Piece of shit ass developer. What the fuck was that? I don't want build anymore. Can we change that? Thank God you can. Get the builders the fuck out of here, goddamn jackass cocksuckers. Keep away from them. Fucking stupid jackass piece of shit cheaters. Fuck them and their stupid worthless asses. Fuck the other side of Fortnite. Fuck them.
Past this range at all. The projectiles come out in this soft spread. You can sit above your tank, spam heals into them, then flick slight to the right and start poking the enemy support without even having to change weapons. It's like Moira if Moira went to therapy and learned how to multitask. And because Jetpack Cat is permanently airborne, which is a crazy decision from Blizzard by the way, you're basically this floating support turret, raining down poor-shaped projectiles from above. Tanks love you, enemy widows hate you, and your other support is wondering why damage, then you're only players. The best part about this is you don't even have to actually aim perfectly. You just need to spam into a team fight and something good will happen. Either your tank survives or you're diving the enemy players. It's insane. Do you know what else is insane? No. Frenetic Flight allows the cat user to accelerate in whatever direction you're going in Mark 10 speed. It uses fuel though, so you can't spam it forever. Unless you manage it properly. In which case you absolutely can spam it forever. And here's the kicker. If you're carrying a teammate with lifeline, your fuel comes back slower, which means if you zoom into a bad fight with your tank attached, congrats, you're now Uber Eats. But normally, this thing is insane. You can move sideways, backwards, diagonally, whatever direction your keyboard believes in. It basically Tracer blade. Tracer never touched the ground and had zero respect for physics. Do you see a Widow aiming at you? Dive that bitch now! And just may I add, if you pick the headbutt perk later, you can literally slam into enemies and speed knock them down. Blizzard saw us banning Wrecking Ball every day, so they decided to come up with this character, which is fun. But you know what else is fun? The cat has AoE heals. Holy shit. When you activate her, Jetpack Cat basically turns into a floating healing speaker. It creates this pulsing area heal around you that gets faster and faster the longer it runs. So the first few seconds is nice, it's gentle, and then suddenly it ramps up into a whole medical rave. Sort of like a lookout. Now you can permanently you can just float over the top, hop her, and now your entire objective becomes a mobile healing zone. Your tank is immortal, your DPS suddenly believe in themselves, which is really weird, and the enemy can just dives in and immediately gets pushed out like it's walked into a truck shop. But we have to talk about the territorial perk. This thing is so broken. This will get nerfed, by the way. By the time I posted this a couple days later, this will get nerfed. The perk starts doing damage equal to half the healing. So now you're not just healing the team, but you're literally aura healing people. Like, Victor, and because of this perk, it is what allows you to dive like a monster. Talking about monsters. So Lifeline lets you grab a teammate and fly them with you. That's literally it. That's the ability. You lock onto an ally, and now you're attached to you like emotional baggage with a health bar. Tanks, DPS, your other support, it doesn't matter. If they have feet, they are now hell. And the first time you see this, you will panic. Because suddenly Reinhardt's in the sky. He did not ask to be there. The enemy team definitely didn't ask for it either. But here we are. You can literally...
6 down, 12 up. Seven down, 8 up, top 10. 7 up, 7 up. it, baby! I got it! Woo! Yeah. It's gonna take a win. Yeah. Okay.
Not be a transphobe, despite, and this is what's really wild, Jesse Singal literally talking to whistleblowers at a medical facility that appear to have made some significant HIPAA violations about their patients in sharing the information that they did with Jesse Singal. And of course, you have him running around spewing all of the same transphobic nonsense that basically your average transphobe is gonna be spreading. You know, the types of things about like, oh, we don't know about hormones, and oh, HRT for kids, and oh my god, it's so terrifying. Oh my goodness, they're turning all of our kids transgender.
I'm not the best qualified to discuss the full spectrum of topics under this umbrella, so I'm limiting my analysis to very specific parts of the discussion. This is where I took a timeout, researched Jesse Singal, and
Sound like
actually
an
read the
executive.
article and is referencing. Singal's both a notable journalist who's written for large publications like the New York Times, and a person who many progressives and trans rights organizations have labeled a transphobe. Did I find evidence of his transphobia? Absolutely. Is the article and is discussing transphobic? It didn't seem so until I dug deeper. Since people call him a transphobe, let's analyze the author more closely first. There's many instances where he was accused of transphobia besides this article, but I'll focus on a couple. He has demonstrably lied about a teen receiving hormone therapy after a 10-minute assessment. When called out for lying about it by the teen in question on Twitter, he deleted the tweet and blamed everyone but himself for misconstruing the facts, spreading dangerous lies and failing to take accountability for them. is transphobic. In another instance, he was also accused of defending Dr. Kenneth Zucker while writing for The Cut in 2016. Zucker was accused of recommending gender-conforming techniques to convert kids to a cisgender standard, so like conversion therapy adjacent. Zucker maintains that wasn't accurate, but got fired from his clinic anyway after public pressure led to what he calls a show trial. I didn't think Single's reporting rose to the level of transphobia here, since he also presents the criticisms of Zucker in very plain language throughout. This just felt like reporting to me until I read other people's opinions about it. This article by Lily Franks showed me what I was missing. Single appears to have an agenda in his reporting from the outset, then does what he needs to do to arrive at that conclusion. In this case, he hyper-focused on one attack against Zucker that he could disprove, that Zucker called a child hairy little vermin when they took their shirt off. Turns out that didn't happen. What did happen is all the accounts from parents and patients that they were uncomfortable with their care, and that Zucker pushed them towards limiting rules and recommendations to get their behavior closer to cisgender kids. Cherry-picking your arguments ain't the move, Jesse. I've been guilty of it before, which is why I try to find
I'm gonna move on now.
CBS just messed up really bad.
Texas Democratic Senate candidate James Tallarico.
James Tallarico.
Stephen Colbert says network lawyers at CBS told him he could not air an interview with State Representative James Tallarico.
Now, as an institution, CBS has been around for almost 100 years, but in the past year alone, they've sure been working overtime to diminish whatever esteem they had garnered as a professional broadcasting network.
CBS News, America's newest place to CBS News.
After its acquisition by the Ellison dynasty last year, one of the richest and most powerful oligarchical families in America, so-called journalist and free press cretin Barry Weiss was promoted from editor of a Substack to editor-in-chief of CBS News by David Ellison, where she spent most of her time either covering for friends of Jeffrey Epstein, attempting the impossible task of humanizing Erica Kirk, defending federal agents who execute American citizens in the streets, and suggesting we pay less attention to Twitch streamers like Hassan Piker to instead elevate upstanding members of society like Alan Dershowitz, which I guess kind of ties back into the first thing I said.
All of us see that the choices that it feels like we have sometimes, which is Hassan Piker and Tucker Carlson, those don't actually represent our values. I was in Chicago where Dana Lash, former spokeswoman from the NRA, was debating Alan Dershowitz on guns. Now, these are people that have wildly different opinions on the Second Amendment, showing that they can have good faith disagreement and still like each other at the end of the day. We think it's important.
But above all else, Barry Weiss's ultimate talent seems to be her knack for defending Donald Trump, no matter how poorly it reflects on her or the network. That's literally how she got the job. No other reason, really. We're talking about someone with zero experience working in network television, being handpicked by an ally of the Trump regime to rule over one of America's longest-running news behemoths. Why else do you think she's there? Back in December, she was slammed by critics for quashing a 60 Minutes investigation into Skycatlive, the notorious El Salvador torture camp that Trump has been using to house immigrants abducted by ICE. And just the other day, it was announced that Anderson Cooper would not be returning as a 60 Minutes correspondent despite a 20-year history with the program. But that's just the backdrop of the story I want to get to today. Now that we've got the relevant context out of the way, cue late-night talk show host Stephen Colbert and woke pastor James Tallarico. Now, I don't know how much you've been keeping up with the newest wave of senatorial elections. In fact, I understand if you haven't, there's kind of a lot going on right now in the world. But clearly, I'm someone with too much time on my hands, and here in my home state of Texas, we're in the midst of a heated primary race to see which Democrat will have the chance to potentially flip one Senate seat blue come November.
Sure.
No, it's not going to be Ted Cruz's seat, as much as I wish he would leave public office for good and shut the f up forever. Now, it's John Cornyn up for re-election, and there's a chance he may not even make it past his primary against Texas Attorney General and indicted scumbag Ken Paxton. And if our two senators become Ted Cruz and Ken Paxton, we may just have to saw Texas off from the rest of the union and let it drop into the ocean, man. Just for the good of everyone else, I'll sacrifice myself. I don't care. The two main Democrats duking it out right now are U.S. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett of Dallas and State Legislator James Tallarico Talarico of Travis County. The race has been a pretty interesting one to watch, and I might get into it more in depth in another video later, but for this one, I just want to focus on Talarico's recent appearance on The Late Show, or should I say his non-appearance, because the segment didn't actually end up airing on CBS. Stephen Colbert explained Monday night that as he was planning to have Talarico on the show, he had been warned ahead of time, in no uncertain terms, by the network's lawyers that they could not have him on the broadcast, before being told, in some uncertain terms, to not talk about it at all on the show, which of course Colbert rejected instantly by talking about it on the show.
Because my network clearly doesn't want us to talk about this, let's talk about this.
According to him, they weren't even allowed to show a picture of the man. That's just a stock photo of a regular white guy, which I guess is kind of already what James Talarico looks like. Let's be real. See, this all had to do with an old rule that's been on the books for decades, the FCC Equal Time Rule, or Section 315 of the Communications Act. Signed into law a long-ass time ago, the rule states that American radio and television broadcasters that provide a platform to one candidate must also extend the same invitation to all other candidates competing in the race. If you ask me, it's sort of an outdated provision, since the internet now means you can have unrestrained access to any candidate you want, any hour of the day. However, there have historically been exceptions to the rule. Television talk shows and other news media have never really had to comply with it. Brendan Carr, the current chair of the FCC responsible for regulating this stuff, acknowledged himself in a memo released this January that the FCC's Media Bureau determined that the interview portion of The Tonight Show with Jay Leno qualified for the equal opportunity.
Wow. Okay, guys, I'm going to stop here and go to family dinner. Thank you so much for your time. I'm going to stop, and I got some things to do before dinner. We'll be back in like 90 minutes or so. I'll see you around like 8:30 or some such, and we'll keep to it. I'll be back to do some more faction warfare and stuff. It was fun to get a Fortnite win. Fun to play some video games and stuff. And I love you guys. Thank you so much, and I will see you later. Yeah, I'm gonna pause this here. Okay, I am paused and I'm going live. What's up, guys? It's 8:38 p.m. I've had some beer today. We shouldn't. Oops, gotta put my headphones in. Okay, going live.
opportunities exemption as a bona fide news interview. However, in that same memo, Carr suggests that actually, maybe we shouldn't be having those exemptions for talk shows that are partisan, right?
Hi,
Partisan in what way, Mr. Carr? That's what I'm wondering. He argued that the FCC has not been presented with any evidence that the interview portion of any late night or daytime television talk show program on air presently would qualify for the bona fide news exemption. Moreover, a program that is motivated by partisan purposes, for example, would not be entitled to an exemption under long-standing FCC precedent. So he's basically threatening to clamp down on shows that have partisan biases. Though I think anyone who expects Brendan Carr to pursue this issue fairly across both sides of the political aisle is smoking crack. Here is a photo of Brendan Carr wearing a gold lapel of Trump's side profile as opposed to the usual American flag. This made headlines last year on account of the FCC being, in theory, an independent regulatory agency that operates outside the whims of any single president. But as it became clear back in September, when Carr attempted to kick Jimmy Kimmel off the airwaves over fairly innocuous comments he made in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination, the FCC is merely another weapon used by Trump to cudgel dissidents. As the president suggested back then, in no uncertain terms, that because the late night circuit gives him only bad publicity and press, I would think maybe their license should be taken away. Which, for the record, would be a clear violation of free speech. And I mean an actual one. I don't mean when someone says something stupid online and gets pushback from people only to cry, but what about my free speech? No, dude, it's the government that's not allowed to censor speech. The First Amendment is very clear on this. But I guess since we live in a society where the law is an afterthought, if Trump and Carr had their way, the late night Jimmys of the world would be run out of town for good.
I've got a late
Women
night
would
Jimmy
be thrown
for
behind
you.
bars. Political candidates they don't like would be cast off the airwaves. Which brings us back to Colbert. I'll be honest with you, I'm not the biggest fan of Colbert's tenure at The Late Show. I used to love when he had the Colbert Report on Comedy Central back in the day. I actually think it played a massive role in forming my political worldview as the young, impressionable 13-year-old I was, but that was a long time ago. And his newer stuff just hasn't really hit for me personally.
Skibbity Biden. Skibbity Biden. Skibbity Biden.
But that doesn't mean I can't call out a free speech violation when I see it, just as I did with Jimmy Kimmel, a man whose show I also couldn't really care less about. I don't watch late night TV. I watch meth-addled jester gooners fun max at the club like any normal person my age. But that said, I did go ahead and watch the band interview with James Tallarico, which The Late Show posted on its YouTube channel as a snide little fuck you to the network after they prevented it from airing. But that's not how CBS described it. The following day, the network released a short statement without consulting Colbert that read, "The Late Show was not prohibited by CBS from broadcasting the interview with Representative James Tallarico. The show was provided legal guidance that the broadcast could trigger the FCC equal time rule for two other candidates, including Representative Jasmine Crockett, and presented options for how the equal time for other candidates could be fulfilled." Then, in what sounds like a dig at Colbert, they wrote, "The Late Show decided to present the interview through its YouTube channel with on-air promotion on the broadcast rather than potentially providing the equal time options." This predictably prompted reactionaries to take to Twitter and denounce the lying Stephen Colbert as the fraud that he is. Apparently. According to conservative truth teller Eric Erickson, a name that I cannot believe is real, the broadcast rule is very simple. Stephen Colbert could have on Tallarico, but he'd have to give equal time to Tallarico's opponent. But Colbert didn't want to give a black woman time on his show. Forget the fact that Jasmine Crockett has literally been a guest on Colbert's show more than James Tallarico has.
Please welcome back to The Late Show, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett.
To believe CBS here is to believe that Stephen Colbert, a liberal who has no issue booking liberal guests, would refuse to platform the liberal Jasmine Crockett. Why would he refuse to platform Crockett, especially when he's already done it? It's complete bullshit. CBS knows it and Stephen Colbert knows it. On Tuesday night, he responded to the statement directly, confirming that he had not been contacted before it was released and that he had actually given them his entire script ahead of Monday's show, which they had approved.
They know damn well that every word of my script last night was approved by CBS CBS's lawyers, who, for the record, approve every script that goes on the air, whether it's about equal time or this image of frogs having sex.
He even used the actual language that the lawyers had demanded he use, which makes the statement they put out all the more bizarre, almost like it was just a way for the increasingly unpopular network to do some last-minute ass covering.
Now, this is a surprisingly small piece of paper considering how many butts it's trying to cover.
What's especially ridiculous to me is that Carr has written off Colbert's accusations of censorship by claiming that he and Tallarico lied for the sake of getting attention and raising campaign donations.
You had a Democrat candidate who understood the way that the news media works, and he took advantage of all of your sort of prior conceptions to run a hoax, apparently for the purpose of raising money and getting clicks.
And make no mistake, Tallarico has raised a lot of money as a result of this, but as far as Carr and Fox News are concerned, this is just the new Democratic hoax. First it was the Epstein files, now James Tallarico and Stephen Colbert conspiring together to torpedo Jasmine Crockett, a person who Carr definitely cares a lot about.
Well, President Trump has been so far ahead of the curve on so many issues, as you noted, on the economy, on border security, and perhaps nowhere else, when he called out the legacy media for being fake news. This was all about a political candidate trying to get attention and clicks, and the news media ran with it like lemmings. They just ate it up.
Would you have gone after them for violating the equal time rule, as Colbert said?
What we've said, as we've been very clear, is that broadcasters have a unique right and privilege, a license, and one thing they have to do is comply with the equal time rules. But complying with equal time would have meant
When has that been enforced? When's the last time that's been enforced against Super? I used to work for CBS many, many years ago.
It's been a while. We're going to enforce the law and hold broadcasters accountable.
Gotta love the fact that the Chiron reads hoax right as Carr is verbally confirming to Laura Ingraham that he would have in fact enforced the rule against Colbert had he moved forward with the interview on CBS. So where's the hoax then? It can only be one or the other, I'm pretty sure. Also, you know he thought this was a bar because he dropped it multiple times.
I think yesterday was a perfect encapsulation of why the American people have more trust in gas station sushi than they do in the national news media.
And it's why people have more trust and faith in gas station sushi today than they do in the legacy news media.
My main concern has to do with network
news media. American people have more trust in gas station sushi than they do in the national news media.
And it's why people have more trust and faith in gas station sushi today than they do in the legacy news media.
My main concern has to do with networks doing nothing to push back against implicit and explicit threats made by this administration to police political speech. It was the lone threat that caused CBS to apply pressure. And I'm sure it's no coincidence that ABC is also dealing with a similar issue as we speak. After The View hosted Tallarico earlier this month, the FCC announced an investigation to see if it had violated the equal time rule, something that I'm sure Carr will apply fairly to right-leaning broadcasters as well. And I'm sure FCC Commissioner Ana Gomez, a Democrat, was quick to call the probe out for what it is: intimidation, not a legitimate investigation. Whether that intimidation will be effective, however, rests solely on the integrity and will of those in charge of the networks. And if CBS has shown us anything, is that they will do whatever it takes to prioritize the whims of Donald Trump's administration over the freedoms outlined in the Constitution. But if the goal of the FCC and CBS was to suppress James Tallarico, they failed spectacularly. At the time of me writing this, the full Colbert interview is sitting at about 6 million views in just under 2 days, and the comment section is a testament to just how powerful the Streisand effect can be. These are comments with tens of thousands of likes that say, "Dear FCC, thank you for bringing this to my attention. I wouldn't have ever seen it otherwise. I'm watching this because my government tried to hide this from me. The FCC not wanting me to watch this made me want to watch this. Never heard of Tallarico, didn't know who he was or what he stood for. Thank you, FCC, for bringing attention to this matter. Boy, the FCC seems to be really desperate to stop this guy from being elected. He must actually be a decent human being. They're basically doing his campaigning for him, which is probably not what they wanted to do for a candidate who has the potential to flip Texas blue for the first time in 30 years. Even right-leaning polls show Tallarico breathing down the neck of the likely Republican nominee. It's going to be close, especially coming off the heels of the newly elected Texas State Senator Taylor Renner. His recent upset win win in a reliably red county sent shockwaves all over. Tarrant County had previously been the largest Republican county in all of America until Remitt absolutely mogged the Trump-backed candidate, winning 47% of the vote in an area that went plus 17 for Trump not even 2 years earlier.
President, Texas, a Democrat won the special election in an area that you had won by 17 points. What is your reaction to that?
I don't know. I didn't hear about it. Somebody ran where?
In Texas, a special election for legislative
The 9th state Senate seat.
I'm not involved in that. That's a local Texas race. You mean I won by 17 and this person lost? Things like that happen.
Does it worry you about the...
Well, you don't know whether or not it's transferable. You know, I'm not on the ballot, so you don't know whether or not it's transferable, but, you know.
The Trump camp is terrified of what November might bring, not just in Texas, but across the whole United States. And from now until then, I'm sure we're only going to see an increase in threats coming from a dejected White House struggling to hold on to power as its time in the spotlight appears to wane. We have to show solidarity with those who find themselves in the crosshairs. With how bad things have gotten, it doesn't matter how unwatchable I think his show might be. The fact remains that, Mr. President, you just created a million Stephen Colberts. And that's about all I got. Bye.
Excuse me.
Trump's DOJ is withholding 50-plus pages of notes and interviews directly naming Trump as an alleged abuser. And NPR was the first major outlet to confirm that, what I think we also all kind of knew. Because as the Epstein scandals unfolded with the release of files, the redaction issues, the fallout, the open secret here has been that even with all the information in the 3 million released pages, the Trump administration still wasn't telling us everything. And NPR's investigation found dozens of documents apparently cataloged in the DOJ database, but not released publicly. And in their analysis of 3 different sets of serial numbers on the files, NPR found 53 pages of interview documents and notes missing from the public Epstein database. And of course, in addition to that being ethically very concerning, that is despite the Trump administration being required by law to release all the files. And, you know, I'd give you 3 guesses into what NPR found in these unreleased documents, but you already know. You're guessing it, you're using the context clues. A woman naming Trump as her sexual abuser when she was just a child. Right? And specifically, the woman says that back in 1983, when she was just 13 years old, Epstein introduced her to Trump, who tried forcing her into sex before she fought back and bit him, and saying in response, Trump punched her in the head and kicked her out. And that woman was apparently interviewed by the FBI 4 times, but NPR reports that only the first interview makes an appearance in the public database. And that one interview that was public, shocker, it was the one that doesn't mention Trump at all, and it only discusses her time with Epstein, and specifically when she identified him and discussed the way that he abused her as a child. Also, there's another woman's allegations against Trump that NPR noted was removed from the public files after the initial release and then republished a few weeks later. And in that case, you had a woman saying that she was 13 years old when Epstein began abusing her, and at one point, she was taken to Trump's Mar-a-Lago club to meet him. They're saying that she was incredibly uncomfortable as both men laughed about her being a good one. Now, as you might imagine, Team Trump wasn't exactly receptive to NPR's questions about these omissions. White House spokesperson Abigail Jackson said that Trump has, quote, done more for Epstein's victims than anyone before him, and adding, just as President Trump has said, he's been totally exonerated on anything relating to Epstein. But you had Democrats very quickly honing in on the fact that Trump's DOJ isn't releasing everything the way that they're supposed to. And in fact, Representative Robert Garcia, the ranking member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, he released a statement confirming NPR's reporting. Right, and as a member of Congress, he's got access to the unredacted files, and so you had him saying in a statement, Oversight Democrats can confirm that the DOJ appears to have illegally withheld FBI interviews with this survivor who accused President Trump of heinous crimes. Oversight Democrats will open a parallel investigation into this. Covering up direct evidence of a potential assault by the President of the United States is the most serious possible crime in this White House cover-up. And while this is obviously a massive escalation of the Epstein fallout with the president, we have to keep our eyes on this, we should also talk about the other prominent figures of police here that are facing some And so there you're seeing things like celebrity doctor Peter Attia stepping down from his position with CBS amid the scrutiny about his email exchanges with Epstein, with the spokesperson saying he stepped back to ensure his involvement didn't become a distraction from the important work being done at CBS, and saying he wishes the network and its leadership well and has no further comment at this time. Then over in the UK, you have the former UK ambassador to the US being arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office because of his connection with Epstein. And then back over in the States, you have Casey Wasserman, who's been facing calls to resign from his position as chair of the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics over his emails with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. But still, with all that, there is this question of, will there be any real accountability, whether it be someone like Casey Wasserman all the way up to Trump? But also, as you have all this playing out, we then have to talk about another scandal involving Representative Tony Gonzalez, because a growing number of politicians are calling for the Republican representative to resign over allegations he had an affair with a former staff member who died by suicide last year. And as far as specifics, that staff member is Regina Santos Aviles. According to text seen by several publications, Gonzalez sent sexually explicit messages to her, asking for sexy images and what her favorite position is. Those messages also appeared to continue, even though she told him he was going too far. Also, at some point, she even questioned if Gonzalez had hired her just because he thought that she was hot. Other messages show that they agreed to meet up on multiple occasions and spent time together at a vacation cabin. And Regina also allegedly texted a colleague to say she, quote, had an affair with our boss. Now, as far as the messages, some of those have been shared by her husband, Adrian, who's spoken out about this both online and through his lawyer. With his lawyer also accusing Gonzalez of pressuring Regina into a relationship and coercing her to make requests of a sexual nature. And while you have Gonzalez denying that he ever had an affair or did anything wrong here, this is notably going down as he's in the middle of a very heated primary. Voters hit the polls on March 3rd, and he's fighting to keep his seat to represent Texas's 23rd district. And his opponent's actually a political gun YouTuber by the name of Brendan Herrera, and in the last primary, Gonzalez only beat him by 400 votes. So, there was already potential that this was going to be another very close race, and now you've got Herrera running ads about this reported affair, with the narrator saying,
an affair that puts Republicans at risk of losing the seat and handing control of Congress to the Democrats. That's a risk we can't afford.
Now with that, you have Gonzalez slamming Herrera, saying it's shameful that Brendan Herrera is using a disgruntled former staffer to smear her memory and score political points, and adding, I am not going to engage in these personal smears and instead will remain focused on helping President Trump secure the border and improve the lives of all Texans. Also, you've got Gonzalez accusing Regina's widower and his lawyer of blackmail, saying it's disgusting to see people profit politically and financially off a tragic death. He then also shared a screenshot of an alleged email discussing a $300,000 settlement for an NDA. But then with that, you had the husband shooting back, we have never blackmailed anyone. What we've seen instead is a consistent pattern of evasion, refusal to take accountability, and outright lies to protect your image. Today, though, you still answer to the people you represent, people who deserve the truth, not more deception. And now one of the big things that you're seeing are several Congress members asking Gonzalez to answer to his people by stepping out of the election. Lauren Boebert saying that he should resign, Brandon Gill saying America deserves better, Nancy Mace releasing a lengthy statement saying these text messages are disgusting and inexcusable. A member of Congress harassing his own staffer in the middle of the night. She is gone now. Her son is growing up without his mother, and Tony Gonzalez is campaigning like nothing happened. We have zero tolerance for those who have used their power over others. Zero. It does not matter what party you are in, Texans deserve a congressman who does not prey on women. Now that said, for his part, Speaker Mike Johnson has not called for resignation, but he addressed the issue saying, these are serious accusations and it must be taken seriously, and I've told him he's got to address that with his constituents, and he's in the process of doing that. With him also adding that investigations in both Texas and the Office of Congressional Conduct need to play out. But that is, of course, many want immediate action and justice, considering the woman at the center of all this is gone. Though there, it does appear worth noting that while some have tied her suicide to the affair, we do not officially know that for sure. Her husband's lawyer did say that the affair and the consequences of it factored into her death, but also, according to NBC News, Regina and her husband were actually estranged at the time of her death. And you also had other local outlets reporting that she told first responders that her husband was romantically involved with her best friend. But none of that impacts the severity of the core allegations. And actually with that, the House has previously passed a measure forbidding representatives from engaging in sexual relationships with their staff. But also with all this, one of the things you're seeing is the New York Times saying that this incident kind of puts to test the question of, in Epstein-era politics, can a sex scandal actually derail a major political campaign, especially when it deals with the Republican Party? That said, there's clearly pressure for resignation in this case, but one, will Gonzalez actually resign? And two, do voters actually respond by giving him the boot? And well, I guess, one thing's for sure. We will know soon. And then there's more we're going to dive into in just a minute, but let me thank a sponsor real quick and say, I don't want toast. I want toast that makes me feel like I should be wearing linen and owning a cutting board that costs $200. And that's why I'm obsessed with Wild Grain, who also is a delicious sponsor of today's show. Right? Wild Grain delivers frozen, bake from home breads, pastas, and pastries that taste like they came from a place with a line out the door. Everything's made with slow fermented artisanal dough. You pull it out of the freezer, you pop it in the oven, and suddenly your house smells bakery-like. We're talking crusty sourdough, fluffy dinner rolls, fresh pasta, croissants, the kind of stuff that people compliment and you just say, oh yeah, obviously. And Wild Grain's boxes are customizable. Along with their variety box, they also offer gluten-free, vegan, and a new protein box. And a bonus, every box includes at least one new seasonal item, so you're always discovering something new. And they're not cutting corners. No preservatives, no weird fillers, just real ingredients and real flavor. It's perfect for weeknights, hosting, or anytime you want carbs that feel international instead of regret-based. Plus, every box donates 2 meals to a food security nonprofit, which means carbs with a conscience. So here's the move. Scan that QR code or go to wildgrain.com/DeFranco for $30 off your first box and free croissants for life. Yes, croissants forever. Wildgrain.com/DeFranco. Let future you enjoy better bread. Then, diving right back into the news.
ICE is teaching cadets to violate the Constitution. And they were attempting to cloak it in secrecy by demanding that I lie about it.
That is just one part of what ex-ICE agent Ryan Schwenk had to say about ICE in front of a Senate hearing yesterday. Right after years of working for ICE, Schwenk said that he resigned because he just couldn't take what the agency had become anymore.
I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution.
Oh, sorry, Kitty, I didn't mean to bump you.
When I joined ICE on August 1st, 2021, as an assistant chief counsel. I followed that oath for 4.5 years, working side by side with ICE officers. And I followed it when I resigned on February 13th, 2026, a little over a week ago, so that I could speak to you today. I am here because I am duty-bound to report the legally required training program at the ICE Academy is deficient, defective, and broken.
According to Schwenk, his experiences included blatant and secret instructions from superiors to train lower-ranking agents to defy the law and the Constitution.
5 months ago, I was asked to teach the law to new cadets at the ICE Academy in Glencoe, Georgia, where ICE is training its new, inexperienced recruits. On my first day, I received secretive orders to teach new cadets to violate the Constitution by entering homes without a judicial warrant.
We've seen and continue to see these kinds of constitutional violations play out as the Trump administration has continued to expand ICE presence across the country. And actually, you had Schwenk speaking next to Tiana Gibson Brown, whose husband, Garrison Gibson, was arrested after armed ICE agents beat down their door with a battering ram last month. With Garrison's wife speaking about the experience that led up to that point at the hearing, mentioning that the agents ignored Gibson's request to see a warrant.
He asked them if they had a warrant. The officers at the door told Garrison that they did have a warrant, and it was signed by a judge. When Garrison asked to see the warrant, the officer simply ignored his request. We knew no one could just barge into our homes without a warrant.
And 4 days after Gibson's arrest, a judge ordered his release, ruling that, surprise, surprise, agents violated Gibson's Fourth Amendment rights against unlawful search and seizure. And this is just one of the many accounts across the country where immigrants are fearing that even staying behind closed doors can't keep them safe from ICE. And Schwenk even testified that refusing to perpetrate these types of violations would have cost him his job.
On my first day at the academy, I was instructed to read and return a memo in my supervisor's presence, which claimed ICE officers could enter homes without a judicial warrant. Never in my career had I ever received such a blatantly unlawful order, nor one conveyed in such a troubling manner. Incredibly, I was being shown this memo in secret by my supervisor, who made sure that I understood that disobedience could cost me my job.
Now, Gibson and Schwenk, they're mostly addressing Fourth Amendment violations here, but ICE, they reportedly slashed through a litany of constitutional rights, which has left the public wondering if ICE agents are even bound to the Constitution or even laws at all. For free speech and the right to protest, it seems like more suggestions than rights to the ICE agents, as we've seen them dealing with demonstrators across the country. Also, a free press, I mean, that's definitely under scrutiny, as you have journalists already being arrested for ICE-related reporting. And that doesn't even get into ICE's more general legal violations like racial profiling, observer harassment, and excessive use of force. And according to Schwenk, these issues are due to DHS gutting ICE's training, including classes that seem almost fundamental to being a law enforcement officer of any level.
For the last 5 months, I watched ICE dismantle the training program, cutting 240 hours of vital classes from a 584-hour program. Classes that teach the Constitution, our legal system, firearms training, the use of force, lawful arrests, proper detention, and the limits of officers' authority.
So this could be part of the answer as to why we continue to see footage of ICE agents openly breaking protocol and often exacerbating existing challenges in their role. But also, why would ICE, who's allegedly meant to save us from dangerous immigrants, and I will say allegedly is doing a lot of work here, want to risk the liability of having untrained agents? Well, Schwenk, he addressed that as well.
Yet, in the name of churning out an endless stream of officers, DHS leadership has dismantled the academic and practical tests that we need to know if cadets can safely and lawfully perform their job. All to satisfy an administration demanding they train thousands of new officers before the end of the year.
We've seen this influx of officers because the administration cannot stop talking about it. At the beginning of this year, you had Homeland Security reporting a historic 120% manpower increase. They claim to have doubled the number of officers from 10,000 to 22,000 after receiving more than 220,000 applications within the last year. But also, as that number has increased, we've seen more evidence of the lack of training that Schwenk testified to. But in the face of everything we're all seeing, DHS has made a statement denying many of the claims that Schwenk made in his testimony. Right? They claim that ICE officers, quote, get the best of the best training to arrest and remove murderers, rapists, pedophiles, terrorists, and gang members from our communities, and saying despite false claims from the media and sanctuary politicians, no training hours have been cut. But then also later in that same statement, they say DHS has streamlined training to cut redundancy and incorporate technology advancements without sacrificing basic subject matter content. Which, you know, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I'm gonna say
15,000 OP. I'm up to a billion. I'm gonna make a billionist.
I think a decent chunk of the common sense American public would generally not want anything cut down or streamlined in training from an agency that can already break down your doors when they see fit. And well, Schwenk, he seems to have the same concerns.
Law enforcement is a deadly serious business. It is not a place for shortcuts.
And overall, it seems like the push for more ICE officers has left the agency struggling to keep up with training, yes, but also accountability.
Servers, like,
you know, as more
down
whistleblowers like
or
Schwenk come
something.
out, it does make me wonder, what is this all going to look like when the dust settles? I mean, Republicans like Steve Bannon have already sounded off about their concerns.
If we lose the midterms and we lose 2028, some in this room are going to prison, myself included.
Also, following Alex Preddy's murder, we saw a seemingly tense moment between Kristi Noem and Greg Bovino. The two seemed to start pointing fingers as soon as the blowback from the shooting started, and both seemed to rest on the fact that they'd simply been following orders from the president in their respective positions, though of course Bovino has now been relieved. Though also, I have to note, famously, there was another group of law enforcement officers who were, quote, just following orders, and that didn't pan out so well for them. And so, you know, with ex-ICE whistleblowers pointing fingers at weak training standards, volatile agents with seemingly few legal limits, and Republican leadership that won't make the appropriate changes, it seems like there's definitely legal questions to consider here. And while the president himself may have skirted the law so far, we've also seen real-time examples over the last few years that he's gonna look out for number one. So that luck, it may not go for everyone else. For Trump, he looks out for Trump, but hey, time will tell. Right, and then there's even more we've got to dive into, but first, let me have a minute and thank a sponsor to say, you know, it is wild how one random thought turns into, hold on, would my family actually be okay if something happened to me? Right, that's when someday planning turns into, I should handle this now. And is why today's sponsor, Fabric by Gerberlife, actually matters. Becoming a parent rewires your brain. Stakes feel real. And I put off life insurance because I assumed that it would be expensive, annoying, and just full of paperwork. And it turns out that doesn't have to be true. Fabric by Gerberlife is term life insurance that you can get done today. It's made for busy parents like you, all online, on your schedule, right from your couch. You can be covered in under 10 minutes with no health exam required. For your work policy, it's usually not enough, and it may not follow you if you change jobs. And Fabric offers flexible policies like $1 million in coverage for less than $1 a day. And they partner with Gerberlife, trusted by families for over 50 years, so it's legit. And it's also risk-free, a 30-day money-back guarantee, and you can cancel anytime. So if you have kids, especially if you're young and healthy, now's the best time to lock in lower life insurance rates for long-term protection. Join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to help protect their family and apply today in just minutes. Scan that QR code or go to meetfabric.com/DeFranco. That's MEET fabric.com/DeFranco. But then, diving right back into the news, we need to talk about Candace Owens versus Erica Kirk. Because Candace just released a trailer for a new series that she's releasing that could just further blow up the MAGA base. It's called The Bride of Charlie, and at least based on what she shared, it is incredibly critical of Erica's response to Charlie's death. It even appears to suggest that she may have had some level of involvement in his murder. The trailer includes clips of Erica alongside commentary questioning her.
Erica Kirk has been named the new CEO of Turning Point USA.
My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead.
It's weird to say excited. Describes her husband's funeral as the event of the century. Merch, hats.
We have 50,000 plus hat orders.
Nobody knows why she's out there in a glittering pantsuit in a recreated tent that her husband tragically was murdered in.
And looking around, this pissed off a ton of people, especially conservatives. People saying things like, there is something deeply broken in someone who would attack a grieving widow for profit. We are called to defend widows. Scripture is clear on that, and Charlie would have stood for it. Meghan McCain calling Candace pure, unadulterated fucking evil, saying who in God's name would put a woman whose husband was brutally assassinated in front of this entire world through this? Ben Shapiro even putting out a video going after the series saying,
this is the stuff that Candace Owens has been doing. Because Candace Owens is a true vampire when it comes to conservatism and the conservative movement. She finds prominent people and then she grifts off of them, and then she does more grifting off of them, and then she grifts them until she's done grifting them. Then she moves on to the next thing she can grift off of. And yes, Erica Kirk absolutely should sue the living hell out of Candace Owens for this sort of stuff. She is making money off the murder of Charlie Kirk, by literally implicating his widow and everyone else at TPUSA in that murder.
Now, for some context here, in case you're stumbling across this video, Candace is an incredibly popular conservative podcaster, and she's been discussing Charlie's murder and talking about conspiracies with it for months. Right? In those theories, they've caused major rifts, and they're one of the many divisions at the center of the so-called MAGA civil war. And so understand, even though there is backlash, people who have been following Candace along, who land on her side of these right-wing media battles, they are pumped for this series. We just take one look through her comments section. Top comments quoting Charlie Kirk saying, "You better keep asking questions because it's the only thing that keeps us free." People saying this episode's gonna be heard around the world like a battle cry. But again, that's as you have people pushing back against Candace and the excitement around this series. And among those pushing back, you had conservative podcaster Alex Clark, who is ties to CPUSA writing. I've never been more certain of anything in my life than this. Anyone refusing to call out Candace while claiming to be close with Charlie is one of the biggest frauds in the movement and probably has the most dirt to hide. They let Erica suffer to protect themselves. God will deal with all of them. But as far as what happens next, the series debuts tomorrow. So very soon, we'll see what kind of traction it gets and how much backlash it gets from the Turning Point faction of the right. But then, finally today, we need to talk about Trump and AI. Nearly 6 in 10 Americans do not trust AI. 8 in 10, they're concerned that it could pose a threat to humanity, and 80% say that the government should have rules for AI safety, even if it slows development. And that includes 79% of Republicans. But Trump has gone balls to the walls all in on AI, speeding up development and reversing Biden's regulation. Though also, maybe that's not surprising given the president's dealings and tech companies spending a record $109 million lobbying last year. Meta alone launched a $65 million election push to boost AI-friendly candidates. Now with all that, as far as some of the specific concerns, there's definitely a lot of concern around jobs, where you've got polling showing that 2/3 of Americans think AI is gonna steal jobs. When you look at the economy, more Americans think that AI's impact is gonna be negative there. And then beyond that, there are increasing concerns about energy, land use, and environmental impact of the resource-intensive data centers that are necessary to power AI. And that opposition's actually turned into real, tangible things. But according to Data Center Watch, $162 billion in data center projects have been blocked or delayed since 2023. And then, of course, there's a lot of worrying around the kids. Right, one firm, they looked at data from women 50 and older, which is a very high turnout voter group that's gonna probably mean a lot in the midterms. And they found that 90% of them are concerned about the lack of national AI standards to protect kids. But then, as far as the kids themselves, that's a whole different situation. Numerous polls there have showed that there are major generational gaps for AI support and trust. Right, younger Americans, they're much more likely to use and support these products or have more optimistic outlooks as to how they're going to impact the future. In fact, a Pew study that was released just today, it showed that more than half of all US teens use AI chatbots, including nearly a third who use them daily. Just as a side note, that is a topic I want to do a deep dive on. We'll do that somewhat soon. You know, one wonders with all this, will we see some legislation for regulation? Because it turns out while there is an age gap, this is actually a surprisingly bipartisan issue. When it comes to the belief that the government should have rules for AI safety and data security, 88% of Democrats favor those policies, but so do 79% of Republicans and independents. And at least at the state level, it seems like politicians are listening. Numerous states have proposed or enacted a variety of different laws attempting to regulate various aspects of AI. In fact, reportedly at the Governors Association's recent annual meeting, you had leaders across the political spectrum saying that their voters are very worried about AI. But again, despite the widespread bipartisan concerns, Trump has gone all in, repeatedly touting the technology and making enormous investments in the products. Despite the polling showing that Americans want to slow down and be safe, Trump's done the exact opposite, taking numerous steps to speed up development while also pushing mass deregulation and reversing the limited checks that the Biden administration put in place. And all the while, you have all this tech money, all this pro-AI money getting thrown into politics. As far as if this is going to be like a top 3 mover regarding which way people vote or people go out to vote, we'll see in the midterms. For me, and this is more of a feels like me trying to judge society and people, despite how big of an impact all of this is going to have on our futures and abilities and prospects, I don't think that enough people are going to move on this situation until it's too late. You know, whether you think I'm being a cynic there or a realist there, or this is actually just an overblown situation, I'd love to hear your thoughts there in those comments down below. But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is the end of today's show, but you may not be done with me yet, because not only are you, yes, a click away from watching last night's Philip DeFranco show if you missed it, tonight, starting at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, I'll be streaming Trump's State of the Union. So, you know, you can grab yourself a drink, a bite, do some stretches to make sure you don't pull something rolling your eyes. We'll get through it and break it down together. I love your faces, and I'll see you then, or tomorrow.
I spent 600 gold on Mortal today. Calm Canar. You, the cat, and a... No, I'm Tristan. Coming out. Goes now to medium. You can call on me if you need. Okay. That's playable with Mortals off. It's not amazing. The hell is that sound? Oh. Uh-oh.
Your skill has increased.
Too laggy still. Nice. Damn, nice Velociraptor killed the ghost pretty quick. Nice. in EVE Online. In EVE Online, if you have 2 ships in faction warfare site, will they both get the same LP reward? I don't want these either.
So have you ever felt like you really wanted to rekindle your love for gaming and feel that excitement, feel that emotional rush again? Because I think a lot of gamers, they're really frustrated right now. New AAA games, they just feel exhausting. The multiplayer games, they feel stressful. It's just tiring to grind those ranks, or instead, gaming just isn't that thing that you feel like you're looking forward to anymore. It just feels like a chore. And I think that if you really want to enjoy gaming more, and I mean really, really enjoy it, I think there's one thing you got to do more than anything else. And I think that's you have to be willing to experiment, because so many gamers, I feel like they're stuck playing the same types of games. It's that live service fatigue, it's that AAA bloat, it's that competitive burnout that just gets you exhausted with video games. Or you kind of chase that comfort, that Call of Duty release every year, that sports game every year, instead of tapping into that human curiosity to try new things. Or gaming stops becoming this discovery process and it just becomes that habit of playing the same video games again and again. And I think that really, when you think about it, experimentation is one of the fastest ways to enjoy gaming more. And really, it's done so much for me to discover such awesome video games. I love experimenting with new video games. And when you take risks on the video games that you play, you touch video games that you never would have thought of, and you can get some of the best video game experiences of your entire life. Video game experiences that can change the course of your life, that will give you so much time and rejuvenation. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, I cannot recommend experimenting with video games enough. And I think that when you stop playing these
Hi,
video games that
kitty.
you're accustomed
I
to, that
love
you
you.
know that you'll like, and you try to accept that some games aren't going to land when you experiment, and you kind of go in and embrace this, you can do yourself a huge favor. And I wanted to talk about this because I want to give you a ton of value. I want you to enjoy video games. I want you to get the best video game experiences of your life. I want you to have rejuvenation. I want those video games to inspire you to try new things. And that's what I want to do with this video. I want to give you some awesome video games to play. I want to inspire you to try video games that are going to be rejuvenating, that are going to give you thousands of hours of gameplay time, or in a weird way, actually inspire you outside of video games, because so many video games, they can actually give you this inspiration to try new things in life or to experience something new. That's the power of video games. I think for some people, it just inspires them to pick up coding and to learn video game development or to try something new in their life. Video games can have that awesome experience, but sometimes you just gotta experiment. You gotta get out of your comfort zone. So I think that one of the biggest things you can do with all of this is to go in not knowing much. This is huge. Don't over-research. Don't watch hours of reviews. Don't spoil mechanics, twists, or systems. Mystery sometimes is part of the magic, and I love this part of video games. This really, I think, taps into that childlike curiosity. It taps into this sense of making video games feel really fresh. And it's not to say that you don't look at reviews or any of that stuff, but I think that sometimes when you go in not knowing a lot, it really, really helps. I mean, it really can make a video game so amazing. Two video games that I feel like this is a perfect example of are Outer Wilds and Subnautica. Awesome video games. Definitely check them out if you haven't played them. If you have not played those games, you're in for a treat. They are awesome video game experiences for really just about anyone. And there are these kind of experiences where the less that you know going
I
in,
don't
the
recommend
better. It
Subnautica
makes
to everybody
all the
at
mystery
all.
and the twists so emotionally impactful. It's so awesome. They're such unique video game experiences. And when you do that with video games, it can just have this huge impact. One video game recently that I tried last year was Monster Train. And I didn't know anything about this game. Someone recommended it to me, and I just picked it up. And I absolutely loved the game. And the second Monster Train game came out last year, and I picked it up, and it was so much fun. I mean, one of the best games of 2025 that almost no one talked about. I mean, I don't even think it was in the Game Awards, to be honest with you, which is crazy. Should probably make a video about that. But sometimes that's what you got to do. Just go in not knowing anything. For some people, there's that resistance, and I get it. I understand it, where they'll say, this
that
video
on the
game is
Switch?
not my thing.
It
Okay,
is
they
on
look
the
at farming
Switch.
games. They look at cozy games like Stardew Valley, Core Keeper, or kind of a more niche game, Sunhaven. And they go, this is not for me. But you pick up Stardew Valley, and it becomes this restful, rejuvenating experience. Maybe you're just a competitive FPS gamer, but then you pick up Stardew Valley, and it's this sense of rejuvenation, it's this sense of calm that you never really thought you would play a farming simulator, but here you are playing Stardew Valley, and now you're playing all the Animal Crossing games you don't know. Or it's those card and strategy games, Slay the Spire, Balatro. Looks like a silly card game, but actually awesome video games. Hundreds of hours of gameplay time. Almost feel addicted to the video games. Or even complicated first-person shooters or strategy games. Two examples that I would think of are like Squad. It's very different than Call of Duty or very different than Battlefield, and it can be a little intimidating at first, but when you get into it, it almost kind of taps in to this old school multiplayer experience. It taps into that desire for teamwork. It taps into that immersion. And it's only from trying it and giving it a chance that you're open to that experience. Or those grand strategy games like Stellaris, Europa Universalis 4, where they are very intimidating at first. You have to learn a lot, but if you put the time in, you get thousands of hours of gameplay time. You get a video game experience that sticks with you. So sometimes you have to go beyond that, this game's not my thing, and just try new things. But I think for other people, they look at video games and they go, I just don't get it. I don't like the look of it. Those indie visuals, Terraria, Core Keeper. Well, let me tell you, don't let the graphics fool you, because both those games are awesome. And you can have so much fun with those games. I mean, if you haven't played Terraria, you really owe it to yourself. I mean, that is an awesome video game. An awesome video game. You really will have so much fun if you give that game a try, or you have a good chance of enjoying that game. Or, some games, they're a little bit rough around the edges. I understand it. The mechanics are a little bit rough. But like a game like Kenshi or Mountain Blade, I love both of those games. They are rough around the edges. I wish that both of them had more content, but I think that they're such unique video game experiences. I wish that you took what Kenshi does or Mountain Blade does, and you just kind of put that AAA impact on it, and it would be huge. It'd be awesome. I mean, amazing video games. So sometimes you have to try those games that are a little bit rough around the edges, or those old school games. Final Fantasy, Chrono Trigger, Stronghold Crusader. I love Stronghold Crusader. It's one of my favorite video games of all time. And people say, Chrono Trigger, it's just nostalgia. No, I'm telling you, that game holds up. It is a really good video game. Or Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy IX. I mean, awesome video games where you can play a modern Final Fantasy, or you can play Final Fantasy IX. You can play Final Fantasy VI and be like, wow, this soundtrack is absolutely amazing. I love the characters. I love the story. And even if the gameplay is a little bit dated at times, you can have this awesome experience. You know, some of these video games too, they really actually have aged extremely well. Some not as much, I will give you that. But so many of these video games are so good, and I think that's a reason why so many people are going back and playing some of these old video games for the first time, because they're so amazing. They're so much better than so many modern video games. And because they've aged extremely well, you can have fun right now. And you can get hundreds, if not thousands of hours of gameplay time from all these different video games. And a lot of times too, they're also very cheap compared to their newer alternatives. When you're looking at this and trying to approach it practically speaking, sometimes it could feel a little bit overwhelming. You feel a little bit lost. Where do I go? How do I approach this? And I think that Steam summer sales, Steam sales in general, are perfect for this. And I think one good thing is to just start with the overwhelmingly positive review games. And I think that sometimes the overwhelmingly positive reviews, it's a little bit overhyped, I'll give you that. But it's always a good place to start, or to start with the masterpieces, start with the classics that people talk about endlessly in discussions, whether it's Xenogears or Chrono Trigger in the JRPG space, or Satisfactory, or Factorio, or whatever video game genre you want to put there. So many great video games from all these different places. Start with those top tier classics and work backwards. Start with those overwhelmingly positive reviewed games, or even really just chase those vibes, chase that energy that intrigues you. It doesn't have to be this super popular video game. It doesn't have to be a genre you're supposed to like. It just looks interesting. It calls to you. Maybe it's an 8 out of 10 game, but you can have this awesome experience from it. A video game that I played somewhat recently was Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom. I mean, this game is awesome. I mean, I'm still shocked today that this video game doesn't have more reviews on Steam. I mean, it is so good. This reminds you of the PlayStation 1 era, N64 era platformers. Awesome soundtrack. I have a video on this, but I just kind of discovered it and I was like, oh, let me give it a try. Totally surprised at how awesome that video game was. It just shocked me. Sometimes these video games absolutely shock you with this idea. I think people, they pick up Dark Souls for the first time. I love the Dark Souls series, and they go, this is just not for me, these are difficult games. They play it, and before you know it, they're hundreds of hours in. Now, sometimes you might play Dark Souls and it's not for you. Totally get it. You're going to have that risk. Some of these games are not going to be for you. You're going to bounce off these games, and that's totally normal. And the goal, I think, is not to love everything. It's just to find a few of those games that hit deeply, and it's important to kind of know when to move on. And sometimes you have to give the game a little bit of a try, 3 hours in, and it just doesn't feel good, but you give it another 5 hours and you absolutely fall in love with it. When I first played Dark Souls, I absolutely hated the game. I hated it. I thought this game was stupid, kept going, and I fell in love with it. I absolutely love the Dark Souls games. So sometimes you have to do that, but sometimes the games, they just don't stick with you. They don't hit home, and you just have to know when to drop it. So people will get mad at me for this, but I tried the original Hollow Knight, and I just could not get into the game.
Neither could I.
I know people love that game. I just couldn't get into it. I should like that game.
Platformers,
just can't get into it.
just some sort
I will
of
give
done
it
with them
another
now.
try at some point in the future, but sometimes you just kind of have to know when to move on and try something new. And I'm going to tell you something too. Some of the best video game experiences of your life, in my opinion, are usually the ones you didn't plan for, because some of my favorite video games of all time, I did not go into them thinking that they would be a masterclass game. They were these video games that were a complete surprise. They were these random experimentations. I think for so many people, when they picked up World of Warcraft, or when they picked up an MMORPG, they did not realize that that video game would be something that they would be playing for years to come, that they would meet their best friends in their life, that they would meet their spouse, or that it would have that emotional impact for them 20 years later when they hear the login screen, when they hear the song of Grizzly Hills. Or some people didn't realize that when they picked up Counter-Strike, that they would be playing that game years later, or that they played a Final Fantasy game and it had this emotional impact on them, or that they would still be listening to the soundtrack today. It wasn't those games where you knew, oh, this is going to be Grand Theft Auto 6, it's going to be a 10 out of 10 game, it's going to be this revolutionary experience. Sometimes it was just trying something new and you're pleasantly surprised by it. That experimentation.
I do that all the
sometimes
time.
That is the best video game experiences of your entire life. And if you actually wanted a massive list of video games to try out, I have this great 2+ hour video where I talk about video games and give a ton of recommendations, and it's kind of like this video game hangout session that I think you can get a ton of value out of. And also, if you liked this video, consider liking and subscribing. I would really appreciate it, and I make a lot of awesome video game content on my channel. Check it out, and I will see you in the next video.
On Christmas Day in 2012 at 6 in the morning, Jeffrey Epstein, who's just gotten out of a county jail where he had been serving a 13-month sentence, gets an email out of the blue from one of the richest men in the world. It reads, "I've been working to the edge of sanity this year, and so once my kids head home after Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. A peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for." 2 months later, he emails Epstein again, asking which night on the island would have the wildest party. In return, Epstein offers to send a helicopter to bring him. That man was Elon Musk, and many years later, now the richest man on Earth, he would tell the world, publicly, disgustedly, in his own words, "Epstein tried to get me to go on his island, and I refused." He wrote, "I had very little correspondence with Epstein and declined repeated invitations to go to his island or fly on his Lolita Express. But Elon Musk was lying, and he was not alone. For years, the friends of Jeffrey Epstein have been in a battle to prove their innocence. Who had known him only as a rich financier, and who knew his darkest secrets?
I never went to the island, I never met any women, and although the time was a mistake, it had
Lie,
nothing
lie,
to do
lie,
with
lie,
that kind of
lie,
behavior.
lie,
Who had cut him
lie.
off after he went to prison the first time, and who came right back to support him after he was released? Who knew exactly what he was and stayed in his inner circle anyway?
Did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. I have nothing to hide.
And so now, with 3.5 million documents from Epstein's personal computer accounts being released to the public, we finally have an answer to all of these questions. And the answer is, almost everyone stayed around him. This video is brought to you by Nebula, the only place where you can watch Mad Kings, my new favorite docuseries that dives deep into the lives of some of the most insane and eccentric leaders of the modern era. So go to nebula.tv/Volksgeist to see that and countless other documentaries and movies from some of the best creators on the internet. More about that later. After he was named as a sex offender in front of the whole world the first time, Jeffrey Epstein's life didn't change much at all. There's a reason why the Epstein case is this case that simply will not die.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Every single time more information is released, the pile of unanswered questions only gets bigger. We now know that the richest man on Earth was begging to visit his island. We know that the former White House legal counsel was flying on his plane, that a former Prime Minister of Israel appears in the files over 4,000 times. But even more important than who stayed is why. This isn't the same as people taking a picture with Epstein 2 times at a New York City party in the early 90s. This is different. We now know exactly who Epstein was close with, who he strategized and planned with, who he shared code words with, and at the same time, the files also revealed that many of Epstein's crimes were far worse than originally thought. These aren't pieced together from short quotes and photos. These aren't theories. These are their own words in their own emails, exposed by the United States Department of Justice. And what it tells us about the world we live in is something that most of us already knew but couldn't quite prove. That there's a level of wealth and power in the world where the rules simply do not apply. Where you can plead guilty to sex crimes involving a child and then walk out of a private wing of a county jail a year later into a life that didn't change at all. We now know, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that the people who shape our laws run our
I'm making so much money out here. I just made 40 million in like half an hour. I'm making so much money out here. It's a little less than that. It's like 33, but still 33 million in half an hour is really good. Made a friend. Been talking to this guy named Kamar. He's a nice, I assume, Mimitar. Yeah, he's a nice Mimitar. We're supposed to be allies. Yeah, it's good.
Sit on the boards of our most powerful institutions, invest in the things we eat and the platforms we use to talk to each other. Those people are allowed to look at a man like Jeffrey Epstein, know exactly what he is, and decide that he's not a problem at all. The Epstein files aren't just a record of one man's crimes. They're a mirror held up to the people who control our world. And what it's reflecting is that the system isn't broken. It was built this way, and no one's emails prove it better than the people who fought the hardest to keep them buried in the first place. But don't take my word for it. Instead, let's look at theirs. Bill Gates, from 1995 to 2017, was the wealthiest person in the world. Before that, he was also the world's youngest billionaire during the 80s and 90s.
We're expecting to do just over 100 million this year.
And still, today, He's one of the top 10 richest men alive. And it's been known for a long time that Bill Gates and Epstein knew each other well enough for Gates to have flown on Epstein's plane and even have visited his island. Two things that have become this insane albatross around his neck ever since Epstein's death. When you read through these documents Epstein had prepared for Gates, though,
You know, I made a big deal about this like fucking 3 or 4 years ago, and I think people were really kind of either disagreeing with me or thought I was QAnon or something like that. But no, I showed his interviews with the PBS lady several times and yelled at him while I was drunk. I was like, what the fuck's wrong with you, Bill? And here we are like a year, 2 years later.
I'll admit, it looks like a pretty blatant attempt at blackmail. It's really easy to tell how Epstein knew exactly the reaction he was trying to elicit with every word he wrote. And for that
I'm not
reason,
QAnon,
it
I'm
feels
not
pretty
stupid.
fake. To add insult to the injury, you then implore me to please delete the emails regarding your STD, your request that I provide you antibiotics that you can surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your penis. You also made it clear to me that I am not to refer to redacted, as that is another topic that must remain between the two of us. And in return for all these requests, which I would have done without a second thought, I should continue to provide you the same level of service and dedication that I have done so diligently until you are ready to discard me and our friendship. Bill Gates, of course, absolutely denies everything to do with him and Epstein. He has for years, and he still does today. And hey, to be fair to Bill Gates, nothing else in the docs technically corroborates the outlandish claims that Epstein makes in his email. The only problem is that denials only go so far when your own family refuses to stand in your corner. While Bill Gates and his team were outright dismissing the documents as the desperate ramblings of a man who clearly was trying to hold him hostage.
I never went to the island. I never met any women. And so, the more that comes out, the more clear it'll be that although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior.
Melinda Gates had her own story to tell. In a brand new interview on NPR's Wildcard show, Bill Gates, now ex-wife of 27 years, described the latest Epstein document release as filling her with unbelievable sadness and reminding her of struggles she faced during her marriage. She would say, "I'm able to take my own sadness and look at these young girls and say, my God, how did that happen to them? At least for me, I've been able to move on in life, and I hope there's some justice for those now women." I don't think it would take a chess grandmaster to figure out what she means by that. But Bill Gates is only one person in an ever-growing, seemingly endless list of people who stayed in Epstein's life, shamelessly supporting him for years while they knew he was a pedophile the entire time. But Bill Gates wasn't alone. In fact, when it comes to the full picture of Jeffrey Epstein's social life, this is only the tip of the iceberg.
They're all like Breaking Bad, but they're actually bad. I never thought that Heisenberg was that bad. It's all the government, all the bullshit about drugs and the control and the FBI and fucking Hank Schrader and all that stupid shit and all the cartels and stuff. It's all the people trying to make money off of it and stuff. But what's his name? Did I say Hank Hill? I meant, Heisenberg. What's his name? Walter White. I never thought he was that bad. I thought he was a sympathetic character. He was just had cancer. He was trying to leave money for his family after he was dead. It's like Breaking Bad, except all of these guys, instead of like cooking meth in the background so they can leave money behind to their family after they die, they're like hiding child rape, and it's fucking terrible, and it's not funny, and it's everybody's worst nightmare. That sort of hiding really sucks, you know? I mean, hiding being a meth cook is also really terrible. But I mean, but it's, I don't know if it's as bad as this at all.
And perhaps nobody illustrates that better.
Like honestly, Walter White was better than these guys. These guys were like the portrayal of Walter White. Maybe I should rewatch Breaking Bad again. The portrayal of Walter White was very, very good. It was like, it was not a sympathetic character, but somebody that we could at least understand why he got the way he got.
Than the man who spent 2025 loudly demanding the Epstein files be released, only for their release to reveal his own lies. Elon Musk is the...
I have almost 1 billion already in faction warfare, and I just started Mimitar like this week. It's a really good, like if you spend the time, they really want to reward you for doing this, and I think I will. I think I'll do this a lot. Might join a Caldari faction warfare thingy.
Richest man in the world.
Corporation.
Inventor and leader of companies creating brain-computer interfaces, electric cars, rocket ships, and more. He's also a longtime friend of Jeffrey Epstein. On September 25th, 2012, Epstein writes to Elon Musk, "If you find some time, come visit me on my island in the Caribbean. Bring your friend or friends." Musk replies, "Sounds good. We'll try to make it." For years following his arrest and death, Elon Musk tried desperately to distance himself from Jeffrey Epstein. In September of 2025, as the case began to rear its head again, he wrote,
Elon was a
"Epstein tried to get
child
me to go on his
molester.
island, and I refused." But as it would turn
I
out, the
refused.
truth would be nearly the exact opposite of what he had
You try to
insisted
go to
for
his
so long.
parties.
2 months after their first interaction, he emails Jeffrey Epstein to ask which day would have the wildest party on his island. He talks about wanting to let loose and have fun, and asks if Epstein has any parties planned because he needs the opposite of a peaceful island experience. In return, Epstein offers to send a helicopter to bring him. Another email from the fall of 2013 shows Epstein inviting Musk to visit him at his house in New York and meet many interesting people around the time of the UN General Assembly, to which Elon Musk responds with a rant about how busy he is, before Epstein asks, "Do you think I'm retarded? Just kidding. There's no one over 25 and they're all very cute." Then, a year later, around Christmas time again, Elon Musk asks if it's a good time to visit the island. Even later on, they would email to coordinate times for Epstein to come have lunch and tour the SpaceX facilities with Musk, and even after that, they would talk more about Epstein's idea to expand Tesla distribution to Israel. Elon Musk's public reaction to these emails has been one of complete deflection and denial. However, his public statements do contradict what's in the messages. Elon Musk never refused to visit. In fact, he begged for invitations. He coordinated meetings. He invited himself, all while Epstein was a registered file sex offender who just got out of prison 3 years earlier. And here's what should really terrify you. While Elon Musk and Bill Gates may have drawn the most attention, perhaps because their hypocrisy is so shocking, perhaps because of their stature as two of the richest men alive, they are ultimately just a few names out of tens of thousands of very powerful people who continued working and socializing with Epstein even after the whole world knew exactly who and what he was. Peter Attia, best-selling author, researcher, CBS contributor and ambassador, and investor in rapidly growing protein brand David. Overall, charming celebrity doctor, media personality, known around the world as an expert on aging and longevity. But when you search his name in the Epstein files, he comes back almost 2,000 times. In June of 2015, 6 years after Epstein got out of prison, Attia writes him an email with the subject, "Got a fresh shipment," with a now redacted image attached. Epstein replies with his own now redacted image. Attia says, "Please tell me you found that picture online." Epstein confirms that whatever it is in the image belongs to him, to which Attia responds, "The biggest problem with being friends with you is that the life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul." Over the years, Attia writes to Epstein about going through withdrawal when he wasn't seeing him. They would joke about the macronutrients in women's pussies. Attia would reach out to Epstein and talk about visiting his island. He would write, "Nothing like little St. James, I bet." Their emails even reveal a dark truth from Attia's personal life. In a book he wrote in 2023, Attia shared that in 2017, he had been so selfishly absorbed with his work while on a trip to New York City that he did not go home to be with his family in California after his infant son had a heart attack, ultimately only returning 10 days after it had happened. Meanwhile, he had been emailing with Epstein to organize a meeting during that same week. Just days after the files were released, Attia wrote in his apology tweet that in November of 2018, he read the Miami Herald investigative article about Epstein and was repulsed and nauseated. But even that was just another lie. In reality, after Epstein's crimes were re-exposed by the Miami Herald in 2018, Attia's correspondence with him only continued, all the way up until the spring of 2019. Just before Epstein was arrested, Attia would continue emailing to check up on him. He would ask how he was doing in the wake of the article's release, making sure he was okay and that he wasn't taking it too hard. Clearly, he was not repulsed or nauseated enough to bring their friendship to an end. This is the pattern that emerges from Epstein's emails over and over and over. Prominent, powerful people knew exactly who he was and what he had done, and then they stayed in his circle anyway. Peter Attia is not unique in this. He's not even unusual. Honestly, despite everything I may be able to say about his lies and hypocrisy, he's a pretty minor player. Because the archive reveals dozens of others. Tech billionaires, Oscar-winning filmmakers, people whose names we know, people whose work we're familiar with and consume. And all of them tell the same story. We didn't know, we weren't close, and when we did find out, we cut ties immediately. But all of them are lying through their teeth. And so the question that just keeps coming back is simple. What the hell was in it for them? Why would these people stand alongside someone who was such a huge risk? And why are they lying about it now? And that tells you not just something about Epstein, but about what these people are. These people who run our companies, shape our politics, and build the technology and culture we consume every day. In the spring of 2012, Epstein was planning a trip to Paris, and during an email with a friend, he lets it slip that he's going with Woody. Woody, of course, being the 4-time Academy Award-winning, world-famous film director with 50 movies to his name, Woody Allen. And then, Epstein's friend asks if they're going for the pedophile convention, to which Epstein replies, I think pedophile is the plural. And Woody Allen, besides being a filmmaker, is also the man who began a sexual relationship with and later married his own ex-wife's adopted daughter. Woody Allen goes on to appear in the files 7,000 times. They plan visits to Little St. James and Epstein's ranch in New Mexico. They organize dinners in New York and Paris. Epstein gives him furniture. He coordinates with his wife.
You know, I think I've only ever seen like one Woody Allen movie.
Influence, cultural capital. He's
I'm really kind of ignorant of his work.
Really, he's one of the most beloved filmmakers alive. Critics praise his films. Journalists still clamor to talk to him. Actors want to work with him. He's received every award there is. But at the same time, he spent years scheduling visits to Jeffrey Epstein's island. And the fact that he was right there in Epstein's inner circle for years after the conviction, it tells you something that's deeper than just emails. It tells you that Epstein's world wasn't a shadowy conspiracy. It wasn't hidden. It was full of the same people our culture celebrates. His friends were directors with Oscars, scientists who stand on stage and give TED Talks and release best-selling books, politicians who decide our fate. These are the people we've been taught to admire, to trust, and to believe are the good ones in life. But they were all there and they all knew. And I think this is where the Epstein story starts to shift under our feet. It's stopped being about him and what he did, and instead he becomes this virus that spreads to everyone around him, until it spreads so far that the entire world starts looking different. Epstein didn't get away with anything because he was clever or even hiding at all. And that makes this not just his crime, but everyone's. Another person who appears repeatedly in Epstein's emails is Reid Hoffman, a tech entrepreneur from California who in the year 2000 became the senior VP of business development at PayPal, a position that would make him a millionaire after the company was sold to eBay a few years later. But then, along with other PayPal founders and employees, he became part of the PayPal Mafia, an informal group of former PayPal executives known for their own massive success after they sold PayPal to eBay. This network includes the founders of YouTube, Tesla, Palantir, Affirm, Yelp, as well as executives from Reddit, Sequoia Capital, Square, and more. In 2003, he would then co-found LinkedIn, and would grow it into becoming the world's biggest business-oriented social media platform, selling it in the end to Microsoft for over $25 billion. Today, Reid Hoffman sits on the board of directors at Microsoft, as well as having sat on the board at OpenAI for several years, among involvement in various other AI ventures, with a total net worth in the billions. He also happened to blatantly lie to the whole world about the nature of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. In 2019, after Epstein was first arrested, Hoffman went on record saying that he only ever met with him for the purpose of fundraising for the MIT Media Lab, where he had a position at the time. But it would turn out that that was not true, and he had in fact had many more meetings with Epstein up until less than a year before his arrest, as well as having visited his island for a weekend in the summer of 2014. In 2015, Hoffman wrote an email to Epstein after news of his involvement with Prince Andrew first hit the news, offering to help manage the negative press coverage online to cover up what they had been accused of. And the PayPal Mafia just keeps showing up in Epstein's inner circle. Elon Musk, Reid Hoffman, and now even the company's founder himself, Peter Thiel, who also appears in the Epstein files far more often than he ever admitted on his own. Peter Thiel, after founding and selling PayPal in the early 2000s, became a central figure in Silicon Valley, but not as an entrepreneur himself. Instead, he began a career in venture capital that would be considered by many a form of political investing. He would fund tech companies that disrupted traditional industries, building up a huge portfolio of companies like Airbnb, Uber, Stripe. He was even the first outside investor in Facebook, giving them $500,000 in exchange for 10% of the company in 2005. Meanwhile, he would advocate for libertarian politics on the side, giving big donations to figures like Ron Paul and more. But over the years, Peter Thiel's political perspectives shifted dramatically, generating skeptical media attention and a variety of questions around the nature of his influence ever since. At various times, Peter Thiel has advocated against women's rights to vote, publicly questioned the viability of democracy itself, called for a hyper-capitalist corporate takeover of world governments, and, most recently, delivered a series of lectures alleging that the biblical Antichrist is publicly emerging right now in the real world from the movement for environmental conservation. Perhaps most notably, though, the one exception to his career of mostly investing and advocating would be, of course, his second company, Palantir. Now worth over $300 billion, Palantir specializes in building intelligence tools for military and police use, and has been identified by many as essentially operating like a private surveillance state. And Peter Thiel appears in the Epstein files over 2,000 times, with records showing various lunch events, meetings, and visits throughout the 2010s. And while Peter Thiel would say that his interactions with Epstein were purely a product of Epstein being a, quote, crazed networker, records that emerged later would tell a completely different story. Because by 2015, Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein were literally doing business together. In 2015 and 2016, Epstein invested a total of $40 million in Valor Ventures, a venture capital firm that Thiel had co-founded for funding tech companies outside the typical Silicon Valley bubble. Around that same time, Epstein began pitching that Thiel's fund should invest in an Israeli software company called Carbine that was making emergency communication apps, and they would invest tens of millions of dollars. And in addition to that, the Epstein files revealed that there would be dozens more meetings between Peter Thiel and Jeff Epstein, showing countless invitations and conversations over the years. And despite Peter Thiel diminishing his relationship with Epstein as inconsequential and transactional, they in fact stayed in contact all the way up until just a couple months before Epstein died, far after the world began to take interest in his case yet again. But as I was going through this part of the files, it started to look like Peter Thiel being dishonest was actually the least interesting part of his relationship with Epstein. Instead, I started asking, how did Epstein get involved with this Israeli company in the first place? Who brought it to him? Who connected him to the Israeli tech world and pushed him to shop it around Silicon Valley? And the answer to that is that this company, Carbine, that's today worth over $900 million and deployed all over the world, was co-founded by yet another good friend of Jeffrey Epstein, the former Prime Minister of Israel itself. Ehud Barak is a former general in the IDF who was active in Israeli national politics from the late 90s to the early 2010s, serving at different times as the Minister of Defense, the leader of the Labour Party, the head of the IDF, and at one point even as the country's prime minister as a successor of Benjamin Netanyahu's first term. He also appears in the Epstein files over 4,000 times, and looking at their relationship as revealed by the release of the Epstein archives, we can see a level of connection that goes far beyond casual acquaintance. Because from 2013 to 2017, Barak and Epstein are on record having met at least 40 times, and for some years, they had scheduled appointments every month. Epstein functioned in many ways as Barak's secret advisor, giving financial and business advice, helping expand his network, and acting overall as a kind of sounding board. And even more than just visiting the island, which he also did, back in New York City, Barak and his wife would so frequently stay over at Epstein's Upper East Side apartment that it turned into a running joke for Epstein's staff. In 2015, Epstein's assistant emails her colleagues to ask, "Jeffrey is wondering if we can get faster internet for apartment 11J. Ehud is requesting it. Looks like this is slowly becoming his apartment." And if their social ties were close, their financial entanglements were even deeper. In 2015, Barak invested $1.5 million in a seed round for Reporty, later rebranded as Carbine, an Israeli emergency communications software startup. And much of the capital for that investment had been given to him directly from Epstein himself. And besides Barak, the only other investor in that initial round was the Israeli Ministry of Economy itself, which contributed $300,000. Basically, Jeffrey Epstein was deeply financially connected to the highest level of Israeli politics. According to Reason magazine, Epstein used Barak to seek out opportunities in the surveillance industry and build connections with powerful figures around the globe, including multiple figures in Israeli intelligence and figures in Vladimir Putin's circle. Of course, there is still the question of what Barak knew and when. He has maintained that he had no idea Epstein was involved with underage girls, but leaked emails reported on by Straight Arrow News show that Barak's own aide sent him news articles about Epstein as early as 2011, 4 years before Epstein invested in Barak's companies. And so Epstein's relationship with a former prime minister of Israel has raised even further questions about what exactly Epstein's true role in politics may have been. Because as it would turn out, his connection with Barack wasn't just social and wasn't just financial. Not only is he hosting this guy at his house all the time, he's advising him on politics, emailing about how to deal with Iranian nuclear enrichment, pushing ideas about taking military action against Syria. They weren't just friends and business partners. Epstein was exerting influence with a political agenda as well. And of course, if you want to exert influence over me, you guys can now buy these sweaters where I design and do the embroidery by myself. It's pretty obvious what the meaning is here, that our entire world is being sold out to evil people. So if you want to buy the most morbid and grim YouTube merch ever made, it's available now. It's actually really high quality. The sweatshirts are super solid. They're made with American cotton. Plus again, the embroidery is done on location at my studio, and there's free shipping inside the US for everybody. So you can check out spiritworld.store to support the channel, or click below, whatever it is, cop a really nice shirt at the same time. So if you check out spiritworld.store, you can support the channel, get free shipping for a really nice sweatshirt that's hand embroidered by me at my studio. It helps me keep making these types of videos, and you get something really nice in return at the same time. That's spiritworld.store. The link is below, or there's all sorts of boxes everywhere you can click if you want to buy this sweater and all the really other cool stuff we have on the website. But it doesn't just stop at Ehud Barak. Honestly, he's just the beginning. Howard Lutnick is an American billionaire businessman and now also the United States Secretary of Commerce, a job in the top 10 of the presidential line of succession that's responsible for advising the president on all matters relating to American business and industry. He's also former neighbors with Jeffrey Epstein for many years. And in October of 2025, as the Epstein case began to ramp up once more, Lutnick would vow in public that he had, in fact, never spoken to or met Epstein after one time in 2005. He even told a story to support his claim. According to an October 2025 interview with the New York Post, Lutnick said that he had cut ties with Epstein in 2005 when they were neighbors in New York. Lutnick explained to the newspaper that Epstein had given him and his wife a tour of his Manhattan townhouse, where he showed off his massage room. Lutnick said that he said to him, "Massage table in the middle of the house? How often do you have a massage?" Lutnick told the Post that Epstein said to him he got a massage every day, and then, getting really close to him, told him he gets the right kind of massage. Lutnick told the Post that after leaving Epstein's house, in the 6 to 8 steps it took to get from his house to my house, he and his wife decided that he would never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again. Although, in reality, the newly released files showed that Howard Lutnick had lied. In 2012, he also brought his wife and children to Epstein's island for what would be described as a lunch.
We had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children, with my nannies and my wife, all together. We were on family vacation. We were not apart. To suggest there was anything untoward about that in 2012, I don't recall why we did it.
And even more documents show that they were actually in business together as well. Lutnick and Epstein each signed on behalf of LLCs that agreed on December 28, 2012 to acquire stakes in a now shuttered advertising company called AdFin. Epstein and Lutnick's signature appear on neighboring pages in the contract. The document lists 9 shareholders in total. The Epstein archive also shows them emailing each other all the way up until 2018. This is one of the United States' most senior government officials in office right now today, blatantly lying to the world about his connection to the billionaire who was running an industrial-scale child sex trafficking operation while they were in contact with each other. And he didn't just lie about knowing him, he lied about vacationing with him and doing business deals with him for years after the world knew exactly what he was. And so we're looking at all these entrepreneurs, artists, celebrities, all of these people lying through their teeth about their association with Epstein, lying about how well they knew him or what they did with him. And the craziest part is, we're still not done. We all know that Prince Andrew, son of Queen Elizabeth, was one of Epstein's most loyal associates and has been all but criminally convicted of raping girls with him, to the point where even the King of England has put out a statement saying he's ready to cooperate with police against his own brother. In addition to that, there are now photos that have been released of him naked with women and crouching over a woman on a floor in Epstein's house. But Epstein wasn't just friends with the figurehead prince. There are, in fact, real working English politicians that appear all throughout the files as well. Peter Mandelson, former EU Commissioner, Member of Parliament, Labour Cabinet Minister, and UK Ambassador to the US, as well as key advisor to Tony Blair, appears throughout the files thousands of times. Epstein's 2003 birthday book, which included the infamous drawing from President Trump, also includes a pretty similar note from Peter Mandelson, which includes quotes about Epstein being his best pal and mentions the interesting friends that Epstein loves to bring around. But still, it goes even further. They didn't just email each other little giggles and jokes. During this time in Mandelson's career, he was actively in office. And now, with more emails coming out, it's been revealed that he was illegally sending Jeffrey Epstein classified information about developments in UK politics. When writing to Epstein about new tax policies, he pledged to lobby his own government on behalf of an interest in lower taxes for bankers, like he and Epstein were working on that together. In 2010, he would give Epstein advance notice of a €500 billion bailout scheduled for the next day.
being
And
Atronach.
Epstein's documents also show records of him sending payments nearing $100,000 in value to Mandelson and his husband. In the aftermath of these documents being released, Mandelson has been branded as having betrayed his country, with London's Metropolitan Police launching a criminal investigation against him for misconduct in office. Essentially, Epstein had people within multiple foreign governments sending him privileged information. A disgraced former Prime Minister of Israel using Epstein as a shadow diplomat and a fixer across 3 continents. A sitting British cabinet minister leaking classified economic intelligence to him during the worst financial crisis in Britain's modern history. These are not the relationships of a socialite. These are the relationships of a man who operated at the intersection of money, intelligence, and power. And somehow, it still goes even deeper than that. Ariane de Rothschild, having married into the Rothschild family in the 1990s, is a French banker and current CEO of the Edmond de Rothschild Group, an offshoot of the Rothschild family dynasty that for centuries has dominated banking across Europe, establishing itself as the most influential family-controlled financial institution in the world. Ariane herself is worth an estimated
keep getting
$5 billion,
DC'd. I don't know
and despite
what it
maintaining that
is.
she only knew Epstein in the context of her normal work duties, documents revealed that she in fact held dozens of personal meetings with him between 2013 and 2019, paid him a $25 million consulting contract, and also helped him find assistants, which according to many outlets was a code word for prostitutes. There are many, many other people in positions of power who appear in the Epstein files and add their own pieces to the puzzle. Catherine Rumler is an attorney who, following a decorated career as a federal prosecutor involved in convicting the Enron executives in the early 2000s, served for a while as White House counsel, the White House's personal lawyer, under the Barack Obama presidency. Today, she's the chief legal officer at Goldman Sachs. Essentially, she's one of the most powerful lawyers in the world. And when you search her name in the Epstein files, you'll find her corresponding with Epstein dozens of times, years after his conviction, years after he was a registered sex offender, years after everyone knew what he had done. Their emails, many of which were sent while she was working under the Obama administration, show Epstein arranging for her to fly on his plane, visit his island. It shows him sending her many tens of thousands of dollars worth of gifts, making jokes about his penis together. This is a former top lawyer for the president of the US, someone whose entire career was built on the premise of legal, ethical judgment, and she was socializing with a convicted pedophile like it was nothing. We've reached a point that's almost comical. For years, the curiosity around Epstein seemed like it might be more interesting than the real truth. Like, yeah, he was a pedophile, but that doesn't automatically mean he was running a secret file cabal of baby-killing billionaire freaks. But then his emails came out, and the truth is literally more insane than what people actually imagined in the first place. Epstein was at an almost surreal level of evil. There are things in here that people wouldn't have even made up, like the Rothschild family having Epstein on a retainer, like him talking about being at a pedophile convention with Woody Allen. It just goes on and doesn't stop. Researching this video felt like trying to drink an ocean. Every time I thought I found every person, there would be more. Every time I thought I had found out everything they did, there was more. It makes the Epstein case feel like it might never die. Even now, after the release of 3 million documents, we know that the government holds 2.5 million more that they aren't going to show us. Every time they release anything, we're only left holding more questions than we had before. We now know who Jeffrey Epstein spent the last 10 years of his life with, who embraced him after his crimes were known. But that isn't the end of the story, it's just the beginning. Because ultimately, just Epstein having rich and powerful friends, that's not really proof of anything. But right now, there are more emails depicting crimes horrific beyond our imagination. Emails that reveal things about our world that are beyond what we thought was possible. There are records available right now that show that the truth about Epstein is far darker than what we had originally even feared. For decades, our society has been obsessed with the idea of secret elite gatherings where the rich and powerful engage in dark rituals behind closed doors. Stanley Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut, released in 1999, just weeks after his death, depicted masked aristocrats conducting occult sexual ceremonies in mansions, and we saw it as an exaggerated metaphor, a filmmaker's dream about wealth and depravity pushed to the nightmarish extreme for the sake of storytelling. But now there's this huge cultural resurgence around the movie because the Epstein files have made it impossible to see things like this as just movies anymore. The masked parties, the trafficked women, the implication that anyone who looks too close will be silenced, the idea that the real world operates on a set of rules that ordinary people are never allowed to see, it's not fiction anymore. If anything, the reality appears like it's probably far worse. In Eyes Wide Shut, the movie shows one night in one mansion with one group of people, but the Epstein archives show us a system spanning decades, continents, and virtually every pillar of power in the Western world. At the same time, we see how it was operating in plain sight. Because these aren't random rich people we're talking about. These are the people who decide what technology we use, what companies we work for, what laws get passed, what wars we fight, what information we see and what we don't see. The Secretary of Commerce, the richest man on earth, the founder of LinkedIn, the people building the AI that's going to shape the next century, the people who advise presidents and prime ministers. This is the elite of the elite. There is no one higher than this. And look, I get it. The government's been telling us for years that there's nothing to see here, that the conspiracies are overblown, that Epstein was just one sick criminal and Maxwell was his only accomplice. The DOJ says they found no co-conspirators. Officials insist that every wild theory or accusation is just paranoia.
I'm gonna have to go
but then
home
you
and
keep
sell
reading, and you find an
scrolls.
email from a billionaire in Dubai that says, "I loved the torture video." Then another one is full of redacted images with the caption age 11. Then there's another email where they're talking about pizza and grape soda while giggling that no one else can understand. And then you find out that he was doing business with Israeli politicians, and British politicians, and American politicians and their advisors, Democrats and Republicans. And writing about Mossad and Jewish supremacy and how to get children addicted to video games and how to breed perfect babies and how to make young men disillusioned and believe in extremist politics. And then you actually look at what's in these files, not what the government says is in them, but what's actually in there. And it's not just bad, it's not just disturbing, it's enough to make our deepest, darkest conspiracies look like a joke. Every one of the worst, most strangest, insane ideas that's been said about Epstein turns out to have real evidence towards its truth. And so if you think what we've looked at so far is disturbing, if you think the list of rich, influential people who stayed around Epstein after they knew what he was is horrifying, we haven't even gotten to the bad part yet. What we need to understand now is what they were doing, what Epstein's purpose was, why he was so valuable that the most powerful people on Earth couldn't walk away, why the government let him operate for decades, why his network reached into intelligence agencies and political movements, and why all of this was allowed to happen in plain sight. Because this is how our world really works. This is the level of wealth and power where the rules do not apply. For decades, our society has been obsessed with the darkness of the upper levels of power. We've written books and made movies speculating what power and control really means and what it really looks like. This isn't just a story from the past. This is a mirror being held up to the present, to the world we live in right now, to the people who control it. And it's going to make you sick. Online complainant reported she was a victim and witness to a sex trafficking ring at the Trump golf course in Rancho Palos Verdes, California between 1995 and 96. Complainant reported Ghislaine Maxwell as the madam and broker for sex parties, clients of whom included Epstein, Robin Leach, and Donald Trump. Complainant reported participating in orgies and that some girls went missing, rumored to have been murdered and buried at the facility. Complainant reported being threatened by Trump's then head of security that if she ever talked of what went on there or who she saw, she would end up as fertilizer for the back 9 holes like the other cunt. That's a real document in the Epstein files. But of course, just because it's real doesn't make it true. Trump Golf Course in California wasn't opened until 2006, 10 years after this story supposedly takes place. The Epstein files, which include over 3 million images, documents, and videos, also include nearly every single tip the FBI ever received, verified or not, with regards to his case. And if all of them were true, the world right now would be in some really deep shit. Like billionaires and presidents having parties on boats where they eat kids type of mythological demonic shit. One of them reads, on the yacht he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from the intestines. He was then raped by George H.W. Bush. But even though many of these tips likely aren't true or even possible, that doesn't mean that the Epstein files still don't call into question everything we think we know about the world we live in today. And look, a lot of what went viral after these files dropped was fake. The email saying that Epstein invented Bitcoin, fake. The Fortnite Fortnite account supposedly proving he was alive in Israel playing video games on his Xbox all day, fake. AI-generated photos of politicians, unfortunately fake. People lost their minds over a bank account that they thought Epstein named after an ancient Jewish demon, but it ended up being a computer glitch. It was supposed to say balance. And this stuff is crazy and it generates headlines, but at the same time, it buries the truth under a mountain of noise. Because you don't need crackhead stories about burying girls under a golf course to see that the truth is ultimately even more horrifying than anything that anyone could have made up in the first place. On September 22nd, 2016, Jeffrey Epstein receives an email with redacted images attached, sent just minutes apart. One is labeled pussy, one is labeled girls, and one is labeled age 11. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's not an anonymous tip from someone who's requesting Bitcoin to prove the truth. These are real emails that Epstein was getting and sending, exposed by the US Department of Justice. But before 2025, the case against Jeffrey Epstein, at least in the public eye, was built primarily on suspicion. The idea that Jeffrey Epstein was part of something much bigger than himself and that other people were involved, it came from two facts. Number one, Jeffrey Epstein was rich, a pedophile, and had a ton of powerful friends. And number two, he was found dead in a jail cell under suspicious circumstances. That alone is something where you don't need to be crazy to hear it and think something's wrong. In fact, you might be crazy if you hear that and don't think something was wrong. And so as a result, in the last couple of years, even though the historical, political, legal narrative was that Epstein worked alone and didn't leave any footprints behind, he still became this symbol of everything wrong with our society. Epstein came to represent corruption, specifically the idea that people at the top of society play by a completely different set of rules than the rest of us. That not only did he get away with crimes against humanity under everyone's noses for decades, but before he could even be forced to answer for what he had done, he mysteriously died while he was sitting in a maximum security prison wing. It looked a little too convenient. It looked a little too much like someone wanted the truth to die with him. And that's why it didn't. And then slowly, very slowly, evidence came out and it showed us that the truth was even worse than we had suspected. At first, it was small. Little drawings, notes, inside jokes, small packets of information showing that, hey, Epstein wasn't just really good at hiding being a pedophile, everyone around him knew it and they didn't care. And then finally, after years of pressure, 3 million documents from Epstein's computers were released and revealed that it wasn't the case that Epstein ever got away with anything. In reality, he didn't just get away with the crimes he had committed in the first place. He was allowed to keep going and make friends with the world billionaires, politicians, and thinkers all at the same time. On Friday, April 24th, 2009, Epstein, still in prison after his 2008 conviction of prostituting minors, emails a friend to say, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." That email would be revealed to have been sent to none other than Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of a shipping company called DP World that handles over 70 million shipping containers annually, roughly 10% of shipping traffic in the entire world. His brother, Mohammed bin Sulayem, is president of the FIA, the governing body of Formula One car racing. Bin Sulayem also spent years on the board for the Sovereign Wealth Fund in the UAE and is a landowner in Dubai's Palm Islands. He's one of the most powerful and richest people in all of Dubai. But it goes, of course, even deeper than just emailing each other about torture videos. In 2016, the larger island neighboring Epstein's Little St. James, Great St. James, went up for sale, and Epstein, having already had his bids denied while trying to buy it in the past on account of being a sex offender, made a holding company in Sulayem's name to purchase the island for $22 million. Other emails between them involve sharing links to porn videos and discussing politics. At one point, Sulayem would email Epstein to tell him the Ukrainian and the Moldavian arrived. Big disappointment that the Moldavian is not as attractive as the picture. This is literal confirmation in writing from a first-hand, first-party involved person that Epstein was trafficking women to different powerful people around the world. Everything they said about Epstein was true. Here he is with a man who controls one of the biggest shipping companies in the world, one of the most powerful men in the Arab world, talking about torture porn while he's in prison, sending him prostitutes and getting him to help him buy more islands. Epstein was exactly who they said he was. He was doing horrific, disgusting shit with people who sit at the highest level of power and influence in the world. And the more you read, the worse and worse it gets. In 2014, someone writes to him, "Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty." After US congressmen were allowed to view unredacted Epstein files in a secure context, they would report back that many files that had been redacted were relating to crimes against 15, 14, 10, and even 9-year-old girls. They would also say that they had identified at least 6 men, one a high-ranking foreign government official, one a prominent public figure, who were all directly involved in Epstein's trafficking activities. There is now undeniable proof that Epstein was doing exactly what everyone suspected he was doing. He was running a ring of pedophilia with the richest people in the world. Other files in the Epstein library include an FBI document with a list of underage victims, acknowledgement that Epstein was in possession of 14.6 terabytes of what they called obscene material, and countless redactions filed under child sexual abuse material not scanned. But here's what gets me. Those emails, the torture video, the littlest girl, the age 11, these are the ones where they were talking casually, where they aren't hiding anything. But many more of the Epstein emails turn out to contain evidence of stuff that's far worse going on just below the surface. Something that, again, was before considered a nightmare too disgusting to even be possible. In 2016, just before Donald Trump won the presidency, a conspiracy theory alleging that prominent Democrat politicians were running a human trafficking operation using seemingly normal food-related words like pizza, pasta, and cheese as code for activities linked to child sexual abuse and human trafficking went viral. Following that, people became convinced that Comet Ping Pong, a pizza restaurant in Washington, D.C., was a meeting ground for the satanic ritual abuse that these politicians were allegedly engaged in. The story eventually attracted mainstream media attention, and within a couple of weeks, a 28-year-old man from North Carolina traveled up to DC and began firing an AR-15 at the restaurant, among other violent incidents. In the end, no substantial
We gotta
evidence of
shoot
the
the
Pizzagate
restaurant.
story was ever produced, and the conspiracy is mostly remembered as being a product of the mentally unstable far right.
The craziest fake news of all is something called Pizzagate. People actually believe a conspiracy theory that Hillary Clinton and her former campaign manager, John Podesta, ran a child sex ring at a pizzeria in D.C. This is a lie. So where did this conspiracy theory start? Apparently, some alt-right folks were combing through Clinton campaign emails hacked by Russia and published by WikiLeaks, and noticed there seems to be more references to pizza and pizzerias than they had expected. Which can only mean one thing: secret sex ring.
But when the Epstein library was released, something strange happened. Because buried in these millions of emails across years of correspondence with countless different people, Epstein and the people around him were essentially speaking in a way that is exactly like what Pizzagate had described. And it's in there over and over again. The word pizza itself appears in the Epstein files over 900 times, with countless examples that make it clear they weren't actually talking about food. One email reads, "This is better than a Chinese cookie. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand. What time do you want to get pizza and grape soda tomorrow? Your pizza is yummy yummy. Feeny asking about a pizza party this weekend." And it wasn't just pizza. Epstein's staff would receive instructions using air quotes around all sorts of words that clearly had alternate meanings. J.E. has confirmed he would like you to serve snacks at 8 p.m. on Tuesday. Jabor would like to come see Jeffrey today at 1 p.m. He wants snacks. Can you be in charge of snacks? I asked if he wanted lunch, and he said no, snacks. They're literally distinguishing between the real word and the code word in the same email. The person writing this knows that snacks doesn't mean snacks. They literally clarify that they aren't talking about lunch. Of course, I'm not necessarily saying that Pizzagate was true. I don't really believe that there were people trafficking little kids out of the basement of a pizza shop. Add on to that the fact that none of the politicians that were accused of being involved in Pizzagate are mentioned in the Epstein files at all. But the core idea, this idea that the historical narrative decided was a joke, that powerful people involved in the systemic abuse of children were communicating using words for food as a code, that wasn't crazy at all. In fact, it's exactly what was happening. It's just back then, 10 years ago, they didn't really get right who was doing it. And pizza is far from the only word that gives credibility to this theory. In fact, there are others that are way more suspicious. For example, Epstein and his staff spend hours talking about his obsession with jerky, how they have to bring it on planes and fly it around the world just to make sure he has enough. Why would someone in Epstein's position,
it's
his
heroin,
money, his status, and his schedule have time to obsess over beef jerky for hours every week?
It's gonna be cocaine,
emails where
heroin.
Epstein is asking people on his staff how to deal with the frozen
We used to call marijuana tomatoes and speed fucking all kinds of things. Hell yeah.
tuna. Jeffrey Epstein was a billionaire.
We said you got the shit. That's what usually you like. Shit is methamphetamine. Look, 40,000 LP. Oh yeah. 40,000 LP. It was worth it. It takes longer to do, but it's worth it. Nice. Scouts up. But no, we're in the medium, so now I want to go back to the station. I think it's Boundless Creation. I don't know, though. I might have to jump. Charm lasts a really long time now. I'm gonna modify my fight macro to be something else. Slightly. Yeah, what is it? It's like, Rage and Lamb Chop. No, I'll just stick on my own, I guess. Learning how to be a better Beastmaster over time. I love Beastmaster. It's so good. Yeah, I used to zoom way the fuck in when I was doing this, but I guess, I don't know. Oh no, this was it. So we'll bring everything to this station now. Yeah, you're warm, kitty. Does it get nice and warm? A little too warm for you? Sorry. Yeah, I guess this blanket is a little warm for her, I think. But she's like, I think she likes being warm, though. She's like, yep, I like it. It's just too warm. Okay, I've left this ship and I'm going to the other ship. The other guy logged or something, I guess. Yeah. Close and dock. He was a nice guy.
Billionaires are not sitting around worried about how to manage the contents of the dozen different refrigerators at their 6 different homes. This is a moment where you have to remember the story of Jean-Luc Brunel, the French modeling agent who received millions of dollars from Jeffrey Epstein in 2004 to pay for the launch of a new modeling agency that would go on to run campaigns for some of the biggest retailers in the world, from Nordstrom to Target and Sears and more, while at the same time Epstein would be quoted as saying he had slept with over 1,000 of Brunel's girls, having had girls from the agency flown to his houses and island from all over the world. American authorities would go on to call Brunel a co-conspirator of Epstein, and he ultimately went into hiding after Epstein's death in 2019 before being arrested by French National Police in Paris and hanging himself before he could stand trial. Seeing Epstein write about moving jerky around the world on planes, worrying about where to put all of his frozen white tuna, planning pizza parties with other elites, it's hard not to connect these dots. Sometimes they didn't hide what they were doing at all. In 2019, on February 14th, Epstein gets an email that says, "The kid couldn't have done bikini wax because her hairs are too short. Next time. Sir, I'm already at the dentist, waiting for the kid." Then there was the dentist. In Epstein's emails, the dentist is mentioned almost 2,000 times. He writes about sending other people to the dentist in New York. There was a dentist room on his island featuring masks resembling his friends across the walls. In one email, he writes to someone telling them to send $20,000 to the dentist for redacted. There are emails where Epstein is complaining about a dentist breaking someone's jaw and emails back to him about a nurse piercing someone's genitals and entire body with needles. This stuff is absolutely nightmarish, monstrous shit. And I don't even have time to get into the emails where Epstein would write to bury everything on the island because he didn't want to deal with it. The time that Epstein would instruct his staff to buy a replica of a painting that depicted the killing of kids. And then there's Jess Staley, who in the early 2010s worked as the CEO of investment banking at JP Morgan Chase. And it was at JP Morgan that he would manage the bank's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein himself, where the story goes that he would protect and advocate for Epstein as a client, despite colleagues pointing out multiple times over the years that Epstein should not be a client at the bank. Epstein's chief defender at the bank was Jess Staley, a top contender to one day succeed Jamie Dimon as chief executive. Bank officials for more than a decade were anxious about Epstein's prolific wire transfers and cash withdrawals. JP Morgan ultimately processed more than $1 billion in transactions for him and warned senior management about his suspicious activities. But on at least 4 occasions over 5 years, the bank's leaders overrode those objections and continued to serve Epstein. In 2023, JP Morgan would settle for $290 million after a group of almost 200 of Epstein's accusers served them with a lawsuit for having enabled Epstein's crimes knowingly for over 10 years. Attorney Mimi Lee stated in court that Epstein's entire business with JP Morgan and JP Morgan's entire business with Epstein was human trafficking. By the time it was made public that JP Morgan had essentially enabled Epstein's crimes for a decade, Staley had already gone on to work as the CEO of one of the largest banks in Europe. But his involvement was not completely over, as the release of new Epstein emails showed that Epstein wasn't just his client. He was Epstein's client as well. In 2010, Epstein emails someone about wanting to photograph them in a Snow White costume. Then, a month later, Staley writes, "That was fun. Say hi to Snow White." Epstein replies, "What character do you want next?" Staley says Beauty and the Beast. Separately, someone else emails Epstein to say the Snow White was fucked twice as soon as she put on her costume. Later on, during a civil case against him, a victim identified as Jane Doe 1 alleged that Staley personally observed her as a sex trafficking victim and used aggressive force in his sexual assault of her and told her that he had Epstein's permission to do whatever he wanted to her. Staley has still never been charged with anything. And even on top of all of this, just absolute horror, the files only continue as we see that, again, the government turning a blind eye to Epstein in the years during and after the charges against him resulted in not just a continuation of his crimes, but in him beginning to build a far-reaching political and cultural agenda as well. In 2011, Epstein was introduced by Boris Nikolic, longtime scientific advisor of Bill Gates, to a 23-year-old man named Christopher Poole. Poole at this point was already famous, or should I say infamous, given that he had already been voted by Time as the most influential person of 2008 after founding the anonymous online forum 4chan when he was 15 in 2003. 4chan over the years would become both the internet's most culturally influential and also most horrific platform, a breeding ground for the most viral memes and extreme ideologies and even real-world violence, described by some as an incubator for the darkest corners of online culture and politics. Its B-board in particular attracted significant media attention when it became a lawless home for the sharing of porn and other illegal content in the early 2010s. But Nikolic writes to Epstein, "There is a really cool kid you should meet. He's only 23. Read his bio." Epstein replies later that he loved meeting Moot and he calls him Bright. He said, "I drove him home. He's very bright. I liked him a lot." Later on, Nikolic sends an article about 4chan, writing, "This article describes why I find Moot interesting. The potential for manipulation is huge." And it just so happened that just 2 days after Christopher Poole met Epstein, 4chan would open up what would become its most famous board of all, Politically Incorrect. And of course, it's impossible to know what he said to Moot when they met or how many times they met, although it was confirmed that they would meet up multiple times after their first introduction. But either way, the timing of that initial meeting is curious, because Politically Incorrect, or POL for short, after being launched in October of 2011, would quickly become known as a home for anti-Semitism, white nationalism, and even as the ideological origin point for a number of high-profile mass shootings around the world. And it didn't stop there. It would become, in effect, exactly what Nikolic and Epstein thought it could be, a place where the potential for manipulation was huge, a place where anonymous, disaffected young people could be radicalized, organized, and even mobilized. Undoubtedly, POL is the birthplace of the wave of populist ultranationalism that has come to dominate the landscape of American politics in the 21st century so far. And over time, POL's potency and influence has become so large that, considering its destabilizing effect on American politics as possibly the project of an intelligence agency, has been impossible to ignore. Over the years, various pieces of evidence with things like IP leaks showing a huge overrepresentation of users in Israel, it's given credence to the idea that the CIA, the IDF, or the FSB, or something else entirely may have manipulated or even originated the rise of the alt-right in the early 2010s completely on purpose. And Jeffrey Epstein was there at the beginning. And that may just be a coincidence. But it might also be a coincidence in the same way that having a multi-billionaire write 900 emails about ordering cheese pizza for him and his friends while they giggle about no one else understanding their code words is just a coincidence. But if we're being honest, 4chan, for all of its outsized cultural influence and Epstein's strange involvement, that may have still just been a relatively minor curiosity in Epstein's world. Moot from 4chan is not the only online political personality Epstein would meet with. Steve Bannon is the former chairman of Breitbart News. He was the chief strategist in Donald Trump's White House in 2017. At one point, he was also the vice president of Cambridge Analytica, the data firm that harvested the personal information of tens of millions of Facebook users without their consent to build psychographic profiles and micro-target voters with political advertising designed to exploit their individual fears, prejudices, and vulnerabilities. And perhaps most importantly for the purposes of this story, he's also one of the most influential voices in the MAGA movement, the host of the War Room podcast, and the man who arguably did more than any other single person to build the ideological basis of America's far right. And he appears in the Epstein files almost 2,000 times. Their relationship wasn't casual, it wasn't transactional, it wasn't photos and handshakes at parties. It was, by any honest reading of these emails, one of the closest and most significant friendships of the last decade of Jeffrey Epstein's life. After meeting in 2017, Epstein and Bannon began texting constantly, sharing political intelligence, mocking Donald Trump behind his back, and scheming on how to reshape global politics together. At the same time, Bannon was helping Epstein rehab his PR. They recorded dozens of hours of interviews to help Epstein change his image. He told him, "You're engaging, you're not threatening, you don't look at all creepy."
Do you think you're the devil himself? No, but I do have a good mirror.
In April of 2019, Bannon writes to Epstein, "We must counter the narrative that says who traffics in female children to be by the world's most powerful, richest men." This is one of the most influential political operatives alive, the man who came up with Trumpism and designed the right-wing resurgence that dominates politics today, sitting in Jeffrey Epstein's corner, trying to help him fix his image. Even on the very same day Epstein was arrested, his last day alive as a free man, they were texting about meeting up for breakfast to continue their project of making Epstein look better and bring him back into the public eye. The last message reads, "All canceled." There's a lot of content I'm not going to cover in this video, and that's because the files have become such a powerful, never-ending stream of disgust and horror that there's no point in trying to cover all of it. I think at this point, we all get it. The Epstein files made it clear that his crimes were worse than most people imagined, it's worse than the government was willing to admit, the world allowed it to continue when it could have been stopped many times over, and that Epstein was not just a pedophile, but somehow more connected to the highest levels of global politics and economics than anyone ever thought. There are elected politicians walking out of classified briefings right now saying that they saw evidence of crimes against girls as young as 9. There are 14.6 terabytes of what the FBI called obscene material. There are dozens of folders labeled child sex abuse material not scanned. And it all sits in between Epstein rubbing elbows with the most powerful people alive. And all of this comes from the years of Epstein's life where he was supposedly in hiding, supposedly disgraced by his crimes. All this stuff where Bill Gates and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel are meeting up with him, a former prime minister of Israel stayed at his apartment 50 times, helped him invest in companies, Saudi billionaires are helping him buy islands. This was while he was in exile. Barack Obama's White House legal counsel was flying on his planes, sending him kissy emojis, calling him up to ask for gifts of handbags and
there it
shoes.
is.
The man who is today the United States Secretary of Commerce right now lied under oath about doing business with Epstein and vacationing on his island with his wife and kids. Then there's the tech billionaires. Almost every person who's now considered one of America's oligarchs, our country's 100 billionaires who wield an outsized influence over politics, they were meeting with Epstein for years while he was supposedly living shamefully in the shadows. And still, after all of this, after everything we now know,
I've been
70 to
disconnected from the
80% of
server.
the files are still redacted, while the US government says there is no more story to tell and that Epstein was never running any kind of organized trafficking operation to begin with. Meanwhile, civil suits against his clients are settled left and right, with dozens of powerful people going into hiding after the Epstein files revealed their crimes against humanity. It is genuinely no wonder that people have started to think Epstein was a spy, that maybe he worked for Mossad or the CIA. The way our government reacts to him today, refusing to prosecute any of his confirmed accomplices, refusing to admit anything happened at all, not only have they declared there will be no more charges, no more files, no more indictments, at the same time, they also haven't even investigated the site of his massive ranch in New Mexico, where he mysteriously won an $80 million lottery ticket, grew plants that are known for being used to incapacitate sexual assault victims, and hosted New Mexico's governor himself as a house guest. The institutions that are supposedly built to protect us, the Department of Justice, the FBI, the courts, Congress, are not just failing to solve this case, they are actively choosing not to. And who else would they do that for besides someone who is benefiting from them? Under what other circumstances would Epstein's mysterious death be covered up? Because if Epstein were just an asset for Democrats or just Republicans or Russians, there would be a massive reward out there for whoever could expose what really happened. But there has been no such expose. So who else could be protecting the truth about Epstein but the deep state itself? And then one day I get a phone call from the president in September, and he's so mad at me, he's yelling at me, he's angry, he's chewing me out for signing my name on Thomas Massey's discharge petition to release the Epstein files. Green added, and I'm trying to tell him, Mr. President, they say you did nothing wrong, but this needs to come out. And we're having this argument, and he tells me on the phone call, Marjorie, my friends will get hurt. It's not like there isn't precedent for something like this. In the 1950s, the CIA opened a brothel in San Francisco specifically for the purpose of trying to develop mind control drugs. They would bring men off the street, literally just random guys, slip them psychedelic drugs after they were done with the prostitutes, and try to see if they became more easily influenced or controlled as a result. The experiment, of course, did not work. Instead, it just resulted in countless lives ruined and even deaths, as American spies would go on to secretly test on American citizens for decades, including with MKUltra, where they would set up fake research experiments and blast unsuspecting hospital patients with drugs to the point where hundreds of Americans had their brains melted, sometimes permanently, without ever knowing why. And so the idea that an intelligence agency would allow unthinkably horrible crimes against innocent people as a means to an end is not science fiction. Honestly, it's old news. Of course, we only even know about all of this by accident. The CIA would do their best to destroy all evidence before it was suddenly, unexpectedly revealed in the late 70s. But when I look through stuff like this, I can't help but be reminded of Epstein himself. At 24 years old, Epstein got hired at a job he had no business doing by the father of a future United States Attorney General, who at the same time had recently left his job in the OSS, the United States spy agency before the CIA was formed. Then, after being fired, Epstein ends up working as a banker at one of the most prestigious firms in New York City, before being asked to leave when he got caught for insider trading. After that, he's on record working in some capacity for Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi billionaire arms dealer who was known around the world for being the key player in the Iran-Contra scandal, where the US government, specifically the CIA, secretly, illegally sold weapons to Iran during an international embargo. It was around this time that numerous people would go on record saying that Epstein had introduced himself to them as a CIA agent. He was also known for having and using multiple passports with different names on all of them. Later on, he ends up in a long-term relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell, daughter of Robert Maxwell, a man who not only owned hundreds of millions of dollars worth of publishing companies and newspapers, but was also known for having ties to Israeli intelligence, to the point where he received an Israeli state funeral, attended by the Israeli president, prime minister, and 6 serving Mossad officers, despite having never been an Israeli citizen himself. But Maxwell would famously suffer a death not dissimilar to Epstein, as he mysteriously fell off the side of his boat while sailing around the Canary Islands in the early 90s during a time of financial instability in his business, with rumors flying that he had been trying to extort Mossad at the same time. Epstein then magically starts accumulating an unbelievable amount of wealth in public while becoming one of the best connected people in the world at the same time. He's hosting presidents on his private island, flying celebrities around on his private Boeing jumbo jet, meeting the Pope, and then even after he gets arrested for soliciting little girls as he somehow doesn't get prosecuted for all of the other evidence the FBI spent years accumulating against him, ultimately not even being sentenced to prison, but instead hanging out in a county jail for a few hours a day while he spends the rest of his time in an office taking meetings just as he always had. And even after he gets out of jail and is sent to register as a and live out the rest of his life in exile, he only accumulates more influence, meeting with the world's richest men, somehow getting banks to give him a free pass to keep trafficking even though they knew he was doing it. And meanwhile, on the side, he's exerting his influence over a wide range of political situations and speaking in a form of code so obvious that it all but confirms his sex crimes against children only continued after his first time in jail. And then, just weeks after being arrested a second time, before he can ever have his day in court, Epstein is found dead in his cell with evidence on his body that conflicts the official narrative stating he took his own life instead of having been killed by someone else. That is literally the biography of a spy. And when you add all of this together with the way that the US government has refused to offer any account of what Epstein was really doing and who his clients really were, instead putting forward shockingly flimsy deflections and excuses, it starts to look an awful lot like Epstein may have never gotten away with anything, but instead was part of a much bigger machine than we currently understand. He was rich for essentially no explainable reason, has a history going back decades of international spy involvement, claiming to be a spy in front of other people, was given a huge break after he was caught the first time, with multiple people involved in his 2006 arrest saying that they were basically told not to pursue the case because of how important he was, and then you add in the fact that he was literally killed the next time they got him. My point is that the Epstein files aren't just about what one man did. Epstein was a monster, you know? Maybe he was eating babies, maybe he was breeding kids in an underground lab in New Mexico, and then it's okay, he's bad, it was gross. But unfortunately, people like him are a fact of life. Some of them are billionaires, some of them aren't. And there are a lot of examples of people doing stuff like what he did. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Jimmy Savile, the British radio host, did hundreds of kids over decades and was never stopped. As horrible as it is, these things happen. And the point of the story is not about the monster, it's about the system that allows it. What really truly disturbs me about this story is how it shows us that we are in a world right now today where a registered sex offender can walk out of prison and then have the richest man on earth begging to visit his island within 2 years. And this is the thing I keep coming back to. It's not about the billionaires or the politicians or the intelligence agencies, it's about us. Because the reason the Epstein case won't die isn't because people are obsessed with conspiracy theories, it's not because people are bored or paranoid or looking for someone to blame. It's because when we were growing up, they told us the world was fair, that if you work hard, good things happen, that the people in charge earned their place and they're there to look out for us, that the system works, that the moral arc of the universe bends towards justice, or whatever it is that the shitlib Reddit people say. And, you know, you believe it because you're young and you trust the world you were born into. Why wouldn't you? And then slowly, piece by piece, we start to notice that things don't add up. A billionaire gets a slap on the wrist for something that would put you away for decades. Politicians lie on camera and nothing happens. A corporation poisons a river and they pay a fine that amounts to a Chipotle bowl out of their bank account. And each time, we're told it's an exception, that the system isn't perfect, but it works. And then Jeffrey Epstein happens, and it shows us the clearest, most undeniable proof that this story that a bunch of crazy people won't shut up about is actually true. There is a level of power where none of the rules apply, where you can do the most evil, depraved, unforgivable things imaginable to the most vulnerable, innocent people on Earth, and nothing will happen. Not because the system failed, but because the system worked. It did exactly what it was designed to do. Protect the people at the top. And it feels like a violation of our rights as people to live in a world where our freedom and liberty are protected. And when people like Epstein are allowed to take people's freedom and liberty away and torture them and then get away with it, this is a crime against humanity. And that's why people care. That's why this case doesn't go away. Not because we're fascinated by Jeffrey Epstein and his crimes. He's dead. People care because of what it means for the rest of the world. People care because there are people out there right now today who are still rich beyond measure, still living like kings, free and powerful, who are passing around little girls as young as 9 years old like they were objects, and there has been no justice. They need the outrage to fade. They need you to accept that this is just how it is and there's nothing you can do about it. And maybe they're right. Maybe there isn't anything I can do. I'm just a guy on YouTube. I can't arrest anyone. I can't unseal the files. I can't undo what Jeffrey Epstein did, but I can refuse to shut up about it. I can refuse to let the story die. I can say, look at what they did. Look at who knew. Look at who's still walking free, and look at the world we actually live in. They want us to forget. It's our job to make sure that never happens. And I think we should all know what this pattern of power and control can look like when it runs to its natural endpoint. Because there are more than enough places where history shows us exactly that. Jeffrey Epstein is obviously not alone in being evil and powerful. One thing I think about all the time is Idi Amin. He grew up in poverty in the 1950s in Uganda, rose through the ranks of the government, and after becoming president, became known as the Hitler of Africa, killing up to 500,000 people during his rule, among other atrocities. And in a time like this, it's fascinating to see how power unilaterally corrupts, and what that corruption can bring about later down the line once it begins. It's something I've thought about a lot after watching Mad Kings, the new docuseries from Real Life Lore. They have episodes about Idi Amin, Uday Hussein, Kim Il-sung, and more, all focusing on the modern era's most insane rulers and kings with details and content that go far beyond the average YouTube video. And this is possible because it's only on Nebula, because a big part of their mission is to be the best place for creators to make videos we wouldn't be able to make anywhere else. Nebula is a platform I own and co-founded with other creators as a place where we can elevate ourselves to a level above what we were previously capable of. By coming together to create our own platform, it's quickly become the most interesting, fastest growing independent video site on the internet. Nebula is the home of creators like Lindsay Ellis, Neo, Bobby Broccoli, and hundreds of others. Basically, if you want to see real, critical, interesting long-form content with human creativity and research behind it instead of AI, there's no better platform. Of course, they have fun stuff too, with exclusive original comedy shows like Abolish Everything and the hit travel game show Jetlag. Basically, Nebula is the answer to the question, how do you make content that's high quality, interesting, and unique in a world that's increasingly filled with slop? I mean, slop in every definition. But all this stuff that the internet is basically being overrun by now, Nebula has none of that. So if you want to join a platform that's pushing entertainment forward, enabling us to make things we never could have done before, while staying true to our vision, you can get access to exclusives like Real Life Lore's Mad Kings docuseries and a lot more by joining Nebula today. But the best part is Nebula isn't just the most interesting video platform, it's also affordable. That's nebula.tv/Volksgeist to get 50% off your subscription, just $30 for a whole year for the most interesting video platform on the internet. Again, that's nebula.tv/Volksgeist to get a year of Nebula for just $30.
There we go, finally. Our server's shutting down in 50 minutes. Ooh, Beastmaster rate is 73. That was fast. Wow. Nice, he suicided. Good. What about this Doom Mage? Is he back? Got a little bit of frames there. Definitely a little bit faster, it's good. I always turn the clipping plane down entirely. Yeah, because you don't need to see that far. You can see, like, yeah, enough. Yeah, maybe I do need to check and make sure that the right setting is there for that. That might be what it is, actually.